Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 1. Stoicism. We have everything backwards. The things people want make them unhappy, and the things they struggle to avoid do them no harm. What a pitiable and misfortunate lot we are, who cannot even tell the difference between good and evil. But we share our condition with the whole of humanity, so not only will it not be held against us, but our ignorance will be encouraged at every turn. However, the wise among us, those who understand that nothing is good beyond what is necessary, and that nothing under the control of fortune is to be feared, stand apart. If you choose to follow these wise individuals, stepping away from the crowd to embrace wisdom yourself, you will, as Seneca says,
Be subject to no restraint and to no want. You shall be free, safe, unhurt. You shall fail in nothing that you attempt. You shall be debarred from nothing. Everything shall turn out according to your wish. No misfortune shall befall you. Nothing shall happen to you except what you expect and hope for.
That is a description of the Stoic sage, akin to the enlightened figures of Jesus Christ or the Buddha within their respective traditions. It represents a life defined by the consistent, flawless application of virtue. While achieving this may be a bit out of reach, it serves as a valuable ideal for us to strive towards. Perfection may be unattainable, yet it appears possible that some of us could get most of the way there, and most of us could make meaningful progress in the right direction. Known as Seneca the Younger, was not just a Roman politician and playwright, but also a prolific Stoic author. He had a fascinating life and death, and significantly contributed to our understanding of Stoicism through his extensive writings. Works such as Letters from a Stoic, of Anger, on Benefits, on the Shortness of Life and of a Happy Life offer comprehensive insights into the philosophical system, as well as much practical advice. As we explore the path to wisdom, we will be primarily using Seneca's teachings to navigate our course. What is Stoicism? A philosophy of life is any system of thought that orders our values and orients us towards the most important ones. Without one, we risk succumbing to hedonism, chasing pleasures while avoiding discomfort, which ultimately leads to a life of regret. According to Seneca,
The reason we make mistakes is because we all consider the parts of life, but never life as a whole. The archer must know what he is seeking to hit. Then he must aim and control the weapon by his skill. Our plans miscarry because they have no aim. When a man does not know what harbour he is making for, no wind is the right wind.
Stoicism is a philosophy of life that believes that by applying reason to living the most virtuous life you can, you also live the happiest life possible. It is a system for living that life. It is more than something to study. It is an active, practical approach to daily living. While one can academically explore the tenets of Stoicism, practicing the philosophy requires active, moment-to-moment engagement with your thoughts and the world around you. Being a Stoic is about the committed application of these principles in every aspect of life, continuously striving to live the philosophy rather than just contemplate it. What do Stoics believe? The Stoics were lovers of reason, but still had faith in a couple of things. First, they believed in the Logos, the idea that the universe is a place of order and intelligibility, accessible through human reason. Secondly, they believed that we are social creatures and born for each other, emphasizing our interconnectedness and mutual dependence, a notion that may seem straightforward now, but holds deeper implications as we explore further. Furthermore, while belief in some types of God fits well with Stoicism, it is not required. The spiritual views of the Stoics were similar to ideas like pantheism or Spinoza's God. They believed that the universe is God and all of existence is its body. Everything that happens is according to its perfect reason, and you worship it by following nature and accepting all things with magnanimity. Our reason is sacred, and a part of the divine reason, and our purpose is to perfect that part of us. There is no prescribed afterlife. When we die, the soul leaves the body and either goes somewhere else or reverts to its elements. But either way, we do not go with it. For Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, this was a very important part of how the philosophy worked. Accepting that whatever happened was part of the plan of this divine reason was crucial for how they confronted and endured the challenges of life. This is often referred to in the modern era as amor fati, or love of fate. It is the idea that our lives and existence in general are good. So if every event is guided by a divine reason, we should not just accept whatever happens to us. We should love it as part of the whole plan of existence. This can be a great source of strength at the center of a Stoic practice. Seneca, on the other hand, while not being heretical, put much less emphasis on this perfect order in explaining how Stoicism works. He focused less on loving fate and more on living well in spite of it. His style of Stoicism, therefore, tends to have more practical guidance for how we live our lives, relying less on acceptance and more on overcoming human nature. What is virtue? When the Stoics applied their reason to figuring out the best way to act, they decided on 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. While not discounting other virtues, it is their unique perspective on these that constitutes the essence of Stoicism. We will cover each in more depth in one of the following chapters, but here are the shortest versions. Wisdom is concerning yourself only with that which is under your control. Justice is treating everyone like family. Courage is conquering your fears. Temperance is constraining your desires to what you possess. Practicing these core virtues leads one towards what Seneca called tranquility of mind, a state of deep-seated peace and mental steadiness. What is tranquility of mind? Tranquility of mind, or peace of mind, is a mental state characterized by the presence of positive emotions without their negative counterparts. It is not about the absence of feelings or disconnection or indifference. It is feeling connected, secure, loving, grateful and free, without feeling anxiety, regret, jealousy or hatred. This is the great discovery of Stoicism. The extraordinary idea that by consistently acting in the most virtuous manner that we can, we also live the best lives possible. This realization is more than just a philosophical notion. It is a lived truth that life, steered by virtue and reason, will unfold into a joyous and tranquil experience, no matter what fortune may have in store for us. Stoic mindfulness. While it would be a misnomer to call Stoicism Western Buddhism, it shares more philosophical kinship with it than with the subsequent Judeo-Christian traditions that followed it. At the heart of Stoicism is the practice of mindfulness, a disciplined awareness of one's thoughts in the present moment and the ability to focus one's attention. The only thing that really exists is this moment. So this is when we have to be wise and virtuous. To neglect the present is to forsake life itself, as nothing beyond the current moment is guaranteed. We must be present and virtuous, right here, right now. Or, as Marcus Aurelius wrote,
objective judgment now at this very moment, unselfish action now at this very moment, willing acceptance now at this very moment of all external events. That is all you need.
So before we get to work on the virtues, we will need some practices to build up our ability to focus on the present moment. Stoic practice, meditation. There is not a practice in Stoicism that directly corresponds to what we know as meditation, but had Seneca been introduced to it, he likely would have adopted it wholeheartedly. He was the author of many mindful reflections, such as the following.
Both are foes to tranquility, both the inability to change and the inability to endure. Most of all, the mind must be withdrawn from external interests into itself. Let it have confidence in itself, rejoice in itself. Let it admire its own things. Let it retire as far as possible from the things of others and devote itself to itself. Let it not feel losses. Let it interpret kindly even adversities.
While striving to present an authentic version of Stoicism, meditation is such a powerful, low-effort tool that it merits inclusion. Simple breath meditation, practiced for just 10 minutes a day, can be extraordinarily beneficial. You can use a meditation app or merely sit in silence, concentrating on your breath and gently returning your focus to it when you notice that your attention has wandered. Almost everyone has the wrong idea about what meditation is and how it works. It is not relaxing, but it is also not difficult. You do not get the benefits of meditation by keeping a clear mind. You get them when you notice that you are distracted. The best meditation session is not one where you stay focused on the breath the whole time, which is impossible. It is the one where you quickly catch your mind wandering many times. Each time you notice and refocus, you get a little better at mindfulness and a little better at Stoicism. Stoic practice: appoint a guardian over yourself. This is a practice that comes straight from the text. I'm going to let Seneca explain it, but the main idea is that our moral discipline tends to slacken when we are alone. The antidote: behave as though you are always in the presence of an observer. It is particularly effective if you imagine this individual to be someone you deeply respect, like a wise mentor or a person of great moral fibre, compelling you to aspire to live up to their elevated standards. Here is Seneca explaining it from letters from a Stoic.
Do everything as if Epictetus were watching you. There is no real doubt that it is good for one to have appointed a guardian over oneself, and to have someone whom you may look up to, someone whom you may regard as a witness of your thoughts. It is indeed nobler by far to live as you would live under the eyes of some good man, always at your side. But nevertheless, I am content if you only act, in whatever you do, as you would act if anyone at all were looking on, because solitude prompts us to all kinds of evil. Do not, however, deem yourself truly happy until you find that you can live before men's eyes, until your walls protect, but do not hide you. Although we are apt to believe that these walls surround us, not to enable us to live more safely, but that we may sin more secretly. I shall mention a fact by which you may weigh the worth of a man's character. You will scarcely find anyone who can live with his door wide open. It is our conscience, not our pride, that has put doorkeepers at our doors. We live in such a fashion that being suddenly disclosed to view is equivalent to being caught in the act. What profits it, however, to hide ourselves away and to avoid the eyes and ears of men? A good conscience welcomes the crowd, but a bad conscience, even in solitude, is disturbed and troubled. Cherish some man of high character and keep him ever before your eyes, living as if he were watching you and ordering all your actions as if he beheld them. Such, my dear Lucilius, is the counsel of Epicurus. He has quite properly given us a guardian and an attendant. We can get rid of most sins if we have a witness who stands near us when we are likely to go wrong. The soul should have someone whom it can respect, one by whose authority it may make even its inner shrine more hallowed. Happy is the man who can make others better, not merely when he is in their company, but even when he is in their thoughts. And happy also is he who can so revere a man as to calm and regulate himself by calling him to mind. One who can so revere another will soon be himself worthy of reverence.
This technique offers a way to eliminate much of your negative behavior, if you can fully commit to it and remember to do it. As you deepen your understanding and practice of mindfulness, you will find it increasingly easy to remember to act as though you are being watched, a habit that will further strengthen your ability to be mindful. With a sustained effort over a long period of time, it should be possible to get good enough at this to spend most of your time in the moment, acting honorably and feeling joyful. In determining who to appoint as your guardian, Seneca suggests a wise philosopher or a respected public figure. The important part is that it should be someone you revere. They should be a figure who instills in you a desire to carry yourself with dignity, whose esteem you seek, and before whom any dishonorable behavior would cause you deep embarrassment. It is crucial to understand that the guardians we appoint, while they do assess our missteps, are not driven by spite. Their judgment stems from a place of genuine concern for our well-being. They serve not just as judges, but also as role models, mentors, and sources of encouragement in our journey. Their only desire is to see us reach our full potential, to find freedom and tranquility, and to do all the good we can. They rejoice with every step we take down the right path. Our drive to improve our actions under their watchful gaze should not be out of fear of their disapproval, but a heartfelt desire to meet their virtuous standards. We must imagine that they love us. Stoic practice, the Olympic Games. There is one more practice which makes sense to talk about here, this time from Epictetus.
Make up your mind, therefore, before it is too late, that the fitting thing for you to do is to live as a mature man who is making progress, and let everything which seems to you to be best be for you a law that must not be transgressed. And if you meet anything that is laborious, or sweet, or held in high repute, or in no repute, remember that now is the contest, and here before you are the Olympic Games, and that it is impossible to delay any longer, and that it depends on a single day and a single action, whether. This is the way Socrates became what he was, by paying attention to nothing but his reason in everything that he encountered. And even if you are not yet a Socrates, still you ought to live as one who wishes to be a Socrates.
Every encounter, whether facing an event in the world or a disruptive thought in your mind, is the critical moment. It is where you either operate on autopilot or seize the opportunity to act like a philosopher. This precise moment is the only time you can truly practice Stoicism. This is your personal Olympic Games. You have trained yourself for this exact point in time. Now is your chance to show everyone, or just your guardian, what you can do. In this moment of truth, you can either live up to the challenge, embracing wisdom, or fail, surrendering to vice. Lucky for us, these Olympics happen many times every day, so if we miss our chance, we will get an opportunity to redeem ourselves soon. For Stoics, wisdom significantly correlates with the internal dialogues we maintain and these narratives that we construct for ourselves. The surviving records of Epictetus's teachings were the inspiration for rational ethical behavior therapy, one of the first forms of cognitive behavioral therapy developed in the 1950s. Its creator, Albert Ellis, was especially fond of Epictetus's idea that
it is not the things themselves that disturb men, but their judgments about these things.
His book, A Guide to Rational Living, deserves a spot on every Stoic's reading list. We will be getting into the details of exactly what the Stoics meant by wisdom and how to practice it in Chapter 2.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 2. Wisdom. The dichotomy of control. The dichotomy of control lies at the heart of Stoicism, representing one of the most profound truths humanity has ever articulated. The rest of the philosophy is about applying the dichotomy of control in every aspect of our lives. The idea is simple. There are things we can control and things we cannot. We should clearly distinguish between the two and focus our time and energy solely on what we can control. For everything else, we ought to cultivate an attitude of indifference. Although some things outside our control may be preferred or dispreferred, they remain just that, preferred or dispreferred indifference. According to the Stoics, what we control are our values, actions, and opinions. By values, they mean that we control the goals we set for ourselves and the principles by which we live. For a Stoic, this means choosing virtue, wisdom, and the dichotomy of control, and committing to this path above all others. By actions, they mean we control the effort we put into our actions, not their outcomes. Our efforts are within our control, but the results are subject to fortune. We can work hard to deserve a better job, relationship, health, or success, but whether we achieve these goals is beyond our control. Therefore, the Stoic judges success and failure solely by the effort they invest. As George Washington was fond of saying, "'Tis not in mortals to command success, but we'll do more, we'll deserve it." By opinions, they mean that moment to moment we can control our response to our emotions, the events around us, and the thoughts in our minds. We control our opinions about anger. We can choose to reject the negative voice in our heads, and we can resist our vices and passions. Exercising this control grants us true freedom from ourselves and others, and places us beyond the reach of want and fear. Everything else is outside our control: the actions and opinions of others, success and failure, health and longevity. We may deserve love and success, but what we encounter on our journey is in fortune's hands. This can be difficult to accept because an unwise part of us deeply desires to control these externals. It also implies that all the personal suffering we have attributed to others or to bad luck was actually caused by our own false opinions. Yet, if we can accept this and begin to live accordingly, we have the chance to stop harming ourselves and embark on a new path towards reason and peace of mind. For the Stoics, applying wisdom and the dichotomy of control largely depended on the quality of our internal dialogue. Practicing wisdom means cultivating a calm and reasonable inner voice, one that is not overly self-critical, fixated on the past or the future, or easily disturbed by the normal challenges of life. It is in this mental space that we can act justly, bravely, and temperately, experience genuine goodwill toward others, and where tranquility of mind dwells. Another popular form of this idea is the serenity prayer, often expressed as the following: God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. To the Stoics, wisdom is literally possessing the ability to know that difference. The rest of the philosophy is the blueprint for how you go about changing what you can and accepting what you cannot. What is good and what is evil? After redefining what we have control over, the Stoics applied the same logic to the nature of good and evil. They argue that only things under our control can be classified as good or evil. Anything beyond our control is neither inherently good nor evil, only a preferred or dispreferred indifferent. For example, imagine having your annual physical and your doctor informs you that you have a serious illness. Certainly this is something even the Stoic sage would be upset about. It is not. Our bodies are external and outside of our control. My body may be ill, but I am not sick unless I poison myself by cursing my fate, wishing that fortune had treated me differently, and failing to see all my true benefits. I prefer to have a healthy body and disprefer pain, but I know that a healthy mind is the only true good. Or let us say you are accused and convicted of a crime you did not commit. The injustice of the situation, the flawed legal system, or the wrongful imprisonment are not the evils here. Certainly, you would prefer fair treatment, but the true evil would be allowing yourself to be consumed by resentment, fixating on the injustice, and harboring thoughts of vengeance. These reactions are within your control and thus can be deemed evil. While it is natural to desire justice, it is crucial to recognize the limits of your control and not let your inner peace hinge on external circumstances. But what about war? The critic might ask. Surely it is evil to see one's country overrun, ravaged and despoiled. While it is natural to prefer living in peace, with confidence in the future and security in the present, the Stoic understands that the true evil is not the loss itself, but allowing oneself to be consumed by despair over it. The Stoic depends on fortune for nothing, not even the safety of their homeland. Virtue stands in opposition to fortune and requires nothing from her. No matter how devastating the circumstances, the wise person knows that these too shall pass. The true foundation of happiness is built on resilience, not on clinging to what can be taken away. It is in refusing to let external losses disturb inner peace that one truly conquers misfortune. Setting internal goals and being indifferent. Having established what lies within our control and what constitutes good and evil, the next step is to apply this understanding to cultivate wisdom. This involves setting goals that are internal and fostering indifference towards what we cannot control. To safeguard our happiness from the whims of fortune, we must align our desires solely with what is within our control. Let us revisit the earlier examples to illustrate this approach. With a serious illness, if we previously thought good health was essential for happiness, we would suffer. Instead, by preparing for adversity and telling ourselves our minds matter most, we can maintain tranquility despite bodily circumstances. Where the average person might find themselves living with anxiety over these things which are outside of their control, the Stoic will recommit themselves to living in the moment, which is all any of us really have. They will remember that anything that can happen sometime can happen today, so their situation is not so different from the rest of humanity, and commit themselves to bearing it with wisdom and courage. In the event of an unjust conviction, while we may strongly prefer justice, our primary objective should be to uphold our dignity and resilience, discovering meaning even within imprisonment. The flawed justice system and the perceptions of the jury are beyond our control, yet our reaction to these circumstances remains under our power. Rather than succumbing to bitterness or anger, we can choose to preserve our dignity, strengthen our mental fortitude, and potentially find purpose in our new situation. We must understand that virtue and character cannot be taken from us, only lost by our own actions, and that freedom from fortune can be held even by one without physical freedom. When the war comes and all is lost, we must remind ourselves that everything granted by fortune is merely on loan and can be taken back at any moment. Our country, our property, our friends and family, even our very lives, are not ours to keep. Therefore, we should focus our goals on what is genuinely ours, our honor and virtue. The ability to choose the right path and follow it, despite fortune's unpredictability, is what truly matters. In these dire times, our goal should be to never compromise our values and to follow our conscience unwaveringly, no matter the cost. How can we be sure that this is the right path when everyone else seems to do the opposite? All we must do is examine the lives of those who worship fortune to see that there is no firm ground there. When fortune provides the object of their desires, they are overjoyed. but that feeling soon changes its name to fear of loss and jealousy of those to whom fortune has given more. When fortune takes back the gifts it has bestowed, these people wail and gnash their teeth, thinking the repayment of what they were given is theft of a terrible sort. No tranquility will be found for these people, no matter the status they find themselves in. We must build our foundations upon something more solid. Do philosophy first. I am going to let Seneca do most of the explaining here. This is all from letter 53 from Letters from a Stoic, on the faults of the spirit.
Devote yourself wholly to philosophy. You are worthy of her. She is worthy of you. Greet one another with a loving embrace. Say farewell to all other interests with courage and frankness. Do not study philosophy merely during your spare time. If you were ill, you would stop caring for your personal concerns and forget your business duties. You would not think highly enough of any client to take active charge of his case during a slight abatement of your sufferings. You would try your hardest to be rid of the illness as soon as possible. What, then? Shall you not do the same thing now? Throw aside all hindrances and give up your time to getting a sound mind, for no man can attain it if he is engrossed in other matters. Philosophy wields her own authority. She appoints her own time and does not allow it to be appointed for her. She is not a thing to be followed at odd times, but a subject for daily practice. She is mistress and she commands our attendance. Alexander, when a certain state promised him a part of its territory and half its entire property, replied, I invaded Asia with the intention not of accepting what you might give, but of allowing you to keep what I might leave. Philosophy likewise keeps saying to all occupations, I do not intend to accept the time which you have left over, but I shall allow you to keep what I myself shall leave. But the study of philosophy is not to be postponed until you have leisure. Everything else is to be neglected in order that we may attend to philosophy, for no amount of time is long enough for it, even though our lives be prolonged from boyhood to the uttermost bounds of time allotted to man. It makes little difference whether you leave philosophy out altogether or study it intermittently, for it does not stay as it was when you dropped it, but because its continuity has been broken, it goes back to the position in which it was at the beginning. Like things which fly apart when they are stretched taut, we must resist the affairs which occupy our time. They must not be untangled, but rather put out of the way. Indeed, there is no time that is unsuitable for helpful studies, and yet many a man fails to study amid the very circumstances which make study necessary.
You must make philosophy your top priority. You are spiritually ill, and must make yourself well with all haste. You must start now, and not give up until you have become wise, because like climbing a steep slope, any pause or hesitation risks causing you to slide back to where you started. If you wish to do good in the world, you must make yourself good first. This commitment involves a relentless pursuit of reason in every moment. It requires vigilant self-awareness, understanding the motives behind your every action. This path demands rejecting luxury and convenience, overcoming your vices, and a constant awareness of your mortality and that of your loved ones. It means remembering that not even the next hour is guaranteed, and living each moment in a manner that would leave you proud if it were indeed your last. Philosophy should not be an isolated activity. It should permeate all aspects of life, ensuring that every action is performed with excellence and virtue. Just as one can face death or endure pain with a philosophical mindset, so too should we approach work, shopping, eating, and all other activities. This is the guidance Seneca imparts when he advises us to do philosophy first. Let Stoicism be the lens through which you view and engage with every other part of life. Stoic practice. Read and write. If you want philosophy to change your life, immersing yourself in the original texts of the Stoic philosophers is essential. Gaining a first-hand understanding of their teachings is the foundation of this philosophical journey. After absorbing their wisdom, the next step is to reflect and write about these learnings, contemplating how they intertwine with your personal life experiences. As Seneca suggests, we should approach our study of Stoicism like a bee, moving from one source of wisdom to another, gathering the most suitable insights, and then synthesizing them into a unique personal understanding.
And reading, I hold, is indispensable, primarily to keep me from being satisfied with myself alone, and besides, after I have learned what others have found out by their studies, to enable me to pass judgment on their discoveries and reflect upon discoveries that remain to be made. Reading nourishes the mind and refreshes it when it is wearied with study. Nevertheless, this refreshment is not obtained without study. We ought not to confine ourselves either to writing or to reading. The one, continuous writing, will cast a gloom over our strength and exhaust it. The other will make our strength flabby and watery. It is better to have recourse to them alternately and to blend one with the other, so that the fruits of one's reading may be reduced to concrete form by the pen. We also, I say, ought to copy these bees and sift whatever we have gathered from a varied course of reading, for such things are better preserved if they are kept separate. Then, by applying the supervising care with which our nature has endowed us, in other words, our natural gifts, we should so blend those several flavors into one delicious compound that, even though it betrays its origin, yet it nevertheless is clearly a different thing from that whence it came. This is what we see nature doing in our own bodies, without any labor on our part. So it is with the food which nourishes our higher nature. We should see to it that whatever we have absorbed should not be allowed to remain unchanged, or it will be no part of us. We must digest it. Otherwise it will merely enter the memory and not the reasoning power.
To truly benefit from Stoicism, it is not enough to merely understand its philosophy. We must integrate it deeply into our thought processes. This requires a two-pronged approach, reading and writing. Begin by nourishing your mind with the writings of the great Stoic thinkers. Then engage in reflective writing, integrating their philosophies with your personal experiences. A recommended reading sequence would be to start with Seneca's Letters from a Stoic, then progress to his other essays, along with Epictetus's Discourses and the Enchiridion, and the lectures of Musonius Rufus, culminating with Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. This progression is designed to build a solid foundation in Stoic principles, starting with the more accessible texts and gradually moving to the more complex and esoteric works. This structured approach will help you develop a comprehensive and nuanced understanding of Stoicism. Stoic practice, reflection journaling. The classic Stoic practice that you will see in every modern guide is reflection journaling, usually accompanied by this quote from Seneca.
When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, aware of this habit that's now mine, I examine my entire day and go back over what I've done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by.
While definitely good advice, it does not fully capture the essence of how this practice functions within the system of Stoicism. Also, you will notice that Seneca is not actually journaling, he is reflecting internally. He can do this because he is wise and also has not had his attention span destroyed by modern technology. Those of us with unwise modern brains will do much better actually writing things down. So, what is this reflecting actually doing for us? I think this quote illustrates it more properly.
I shall keep watching myself continually and, a most useful habit, shall review each day. For this is what makes us wicked, that no one of us looks back over his own life. Our thoughts are devoted only to what we are about to do, and yet our plans for the future always depend on the past.
The Stoic maintains a nightly journaling practice as a way of learning to keep continual watch over themselves. Knowing that you will be recounting your day in your journal encourages you to be more attentive to your actions and experiences, helping you step away from automatic, unreflective behavior and choose virtue instead. Initially, you might find that your journal entries lack detail or that you struggle to recall the day's events. However, with consistent practice, your recollection and presence in daily activities will improve, marking your progress in this practice. For best results, aim to journal every evening around the same time. The method of journaling, whether writing, typing, or speaking, is less important than the act itself. A brief session of 10 to 15 minutes each night is enough to keep you accountable during the day. As for prompts, we want to be reflecting on the things we want to be learning to pay attention to, so I suggest, what went well today and what did not? How could you have acted better?
What bad habit of yours have you cured today? What vice have you checked? In what respect are you better?
List the benefits you have received and why you are grateful for them. Think of ways you can return them in the future. What was the best idea you thought about today? What is your Seneca's someone part for himself?
Each day acquire something that will fortify you against poverty, against death, indeed against other misfortunes as well. And after you have run over many thoughts, select one to be thoroughly digested that day. This is my own custom. From the many things which I have read, I claim someone part for myself.
Keep track of how you act and make sure you are always making progress. Never forget to be grateful or to repay your benefactors. Each day remove one fault and find one excellent idea to fortify yourself against the whims of fortune. The effects of all of these grow exponentially over time, like compound interest. Think of what you would be like after doing this every day for a month, a year, 5 years, or even the rest of your life. In reflecting on these core tenets of Stoicism, the dichotomy of control, the nature of good and evil, and the importance of philosophical dedication, we see a clear path to a more resilient and fulfilled life. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot dictate the external events that befall us, we have the power to control our feelings and actions in response to those events. This profound understanding empowers us to remain steadfast in our pursuit of virtue, irrespective of external disturbances. By embedding philosophical practice into our daily lives and making it the cornerstone of our existence, we not only elevate our personal character, but also find a deep well of inner peace amidst the chaos of life. Thus, Stoicism becomes not just a philosophy to study, but a transformative way of living that ensures our true well-being remains intact, regardless of the trials we face.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 3. Justice. The Stoic perspective on justice aligns closely with the conventional view, but it places additional emphasis in certain areas. By applying the dichotomy of control to the concept of justice, Stoicism leads us to some different conclusions about the right way to act. Also, the Stoics believe that humans are inherently social beings, born to coexist and cooperate, infusing their understanding of justice with a deeper recognition of our interconnectedness. This perspective shapes a more community-oriented approach to justice, acknowledging our collective responsibility and mutual dependence. Do what is right and say what is true. Marcus Aurelius was a Roman emperor and a Stoic. It may seem like a strange combination, but he is remembered as one of the 5 good emperors, which is a pretty strong endorsement of the philosophy. His personal writings, compiled in meditations, offer profound insights, though they were originally intended only for his own reflection. A notable quote from these writings is,
If it is not right, don't do it. If it is not true, don't say it.
This perfectly expresses a core Stoic tenet. Always act justly and speak truthfully, regardless of the consequences. Stoicism teaches that the moral integrity of our actions and words is paramount, and any repercussions for adhering to virtue are preferable to the loss of that integrity. Historically, Stoics have demonstrated their commitment to this principle, often facing exile, torture, or even death. Seneca himself, when condemned to death by Emperor Nero, calmly took his own life rather than compromise his honor in the face of torture. The rationale behind such extreme adherence to virtue is the belief that tranquility of mind, the highest good in Stoicism, is achieved through virtue and lost through its compromise. A clear conscience, essential for inner peace, is only possible through righteous actions and truthful speech. The gravity of the situation and the severity of potential consequences only heighten the importance of maintaining virtue, as a single significant moral lapse can burden one's conscience for a lifetime. Interconnectivity.
There is no such thing as good or bad fortune for the individual. We live in common, and no one can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility. You must live for your neighbor if you would live for yourself.
The Stoics believed in the interconnectivity of all of humanity, that we are born to be intermixed with our fellow man and to be of service to one another. Treating anyone like a stranger is to be in improper association with them. Our shared human traits, particularly our capacity for reason, essentially make strangers more akin to distant cousins. Hierocles, a Greek Stoic philosopher from around 200 BCE, is credited with introducing the concept of oikeiosis. This idea visualizes our relationships in the world as a series of concentric circles, beginning with the self at the center and expanding outward to include family, community members, countrymen, and ultimately all of humanity. When we apply wisdom to justice, we are compelled to draw these circles closer together, treating family members as extensions of ourselves, friends as family, and strangers as friends. While it may not be expressed outwardly, internally acknowledging everyone as family, brothers, sisters, cousins, uncles, aunts, not only improves the way we treat people, but also transforms our experience of the world. It shifts our perspective from one primarily defined by alienation to one primarily defined by integration. This mental shift is a powerful tool to counteract the underlying anxiety that often accompanies living in a complex society among strangers, which can block the path to a tranquil mind. While saying this, the Stoics were not unaware of the level of wickedness common to their fellow humans and themselves, or the difficulty of the task. In terms reminiscent of the present day, Seneca explains both sides of the struggle.
The wise man will never cease to be angry if he once begins, so full is every place of vices and crimes. More evil is done than can be healed by punishment. Men seem engaged in a vast race of wickedness. Every day there is greater eagerness to sin, less modesty, throwing aside all reverence for what is better and more just. Lust rushes whithersoever it thinks fit, and crimes are no longer committed by stealth. They take place before our eyes. And wickedness has become so general and gained such a footing in everyone's breast that innocence is no longer rare, but no longer exists. Do men break the law singly or a few at a time? Nay, they rise in all quarters at once as though obeying some universal signal to wipe out the boundaries of right and wrong. Host is not safe from guest, father-in-law from son, but seldom love exists twixt brothers. Wives long to destroy their husbands. Husbands long to slay their wives. Stepmothers deadly aconite prepare, and child heirs wonder when their sires will die. And how small a part of men's crimes are these? The poet has not described one people divided into two hostile camps, parents and children enrolled on opposite sides, Rome set on fire by the hand of a Roman, troops of fierce horsemen scouring the country to track out the hiding places of the proscribed, wells defiled with poison, plagues created by human hands, trenches dug by children round their beleaguered parents, crowded prisons, conflagrations that consume whole cities, gloomy tyrannies, secret plots to establish despotisms and ruin peoples, and men glorying in those deeds which, as long as it was possible to repress them, were counted as crimes. I mean rape, debauchery, and lust. Add to these public acts of national bad faith, broken treaties, everything that cannot defend itself carried off as plunder by the stronger, knaveries, thefts, frauds, and disownings of debt such as 3 of our present law courts would not suffice to deal with. If you want the wise man to be as angry as the atrocity of men's crimes requires, he must not merely be angry, but must go mad with rage. You will rather think that we should not be angry with people's faults. For what shall we say of one who is angry with those who stumble in the dark, or with deaf people who cannot hear his orders, or with children because they forget their duty and interest themselves in the games and silly jokes of their companions? What shall we say if you choose to be angry with weaklings for being sick, for growing old, or becoming fatigued? Among the other misfortunes of humanity is this, that men's intellects are confused, and they not only cannot help going wrong, but love to go wrong. To avoid being angry with individuals, you must pardon the whole mass. You must grant forgiveness to the entire human race. If you are angry with young and old men because they do wrong, you will be angry with infants also, for they soon will do wrong. Does anyone become angry with children who are too young to comprehend distinctions? Yet to be a human being is a greater and a better excuse than to be a child. Thus are we born, as creatures liable to as many disorders of the mind as of the body, not dull and slow-witted, but making a bad use of our keenness of wit, and leading one another into vice by our example. He who follows others who have started before him on the wrong road is surely excusable for having wandered on the highway. A general severity may be shown in the case of individual deserters, but where a whole army deserts, it must needs be pardoned. What is it that puts a stop to the wise man's anger? It is the number of sinners. He perceives how unjust and how dangerous it is to be angry with vices which all men share. Epictetus, whenever he came out of doors and beheld around him such a number of men who were living wretchedly, nay, rather perishing wretchedly, used to weep. He pitied all those who met him joyous and happy. He was of a gentle but too weak disposition, and he himself was one of those for whom he ought to have wept. Democritus, on the other hand, is said never to have appeared in public without laughing. So little did men's serious occupations appear serious to him. What room is there for anger? Everything ought either to move us to tears or to laughter. The wise man will not be angry with sinners. Why not? Because he knows that no one is born wise but becomes so. He knows that very few wise men are produced in any age, because he thoroughly understands the circumstances of human life. Now, no sane man is angry with nature, for what should we say if a man chose to be surprised that fruit did not hang on the thickets of a forest, or to wonder at bushes and thorns not being covered with some useful berry? No one is angry when nature excuses a defect. The wise man, therefore, being tranquil and dealing candidly with mistakes, not an enemy to, but an improver of sinners, will go abroad every day in the following frame of mind. Many men will meet me, who are drunkards, lustful, ungrateful, greedy, and excited by the frenzy of ambition. He will view all these as benignly as a physician does his patients.
Marcus Aurelius also expressed this idea beautifully in Meditations.
When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own, not of the same blood and birth, but the same mind and possessing a share of the divine, and so none of them can hurt me. No one can implicate me in ugliness, nor can I feel angry at my relative, or hate him. We were born to work together like feet, hands, and eyes, like the two rows of teeth, upper and lower. To obstruct each other is unnatural. To feel anger at someone, to turn your back on him, these are unnatural.
Acknowledge that people are pretty awful. Realize that we have all done so much wrong that there is no way to sort it all out, and a universal pardon is the only practical answer. Remember that it is unfair and unproductive to be angry with individuals for doing what everyone else is also doing. Remember that we are born to work together with others, even those who are difficult and troublesome. Aspire to treat your fellow humans like a doctor treats their patients, providing whatever assistance you can and not reacting to or condemning their flaws. This is how the Stoic puts interconnectivity into practice. How does a Stoic do good in the world? A frequent concern non-Stoics raise about the philosophy is around the issue of passivity. Sure, virtue and tranquility of mind sound good, but not if one has to resign from the world and the events of the day. This misunderstanding comes from the colloquial usage of Stoicism, only referring to the part about controlling one's emotions. When it comes to justice and Stoicism, people ought to think of Cato the Younger, the last man standing up for the Roman Republic against Julius Caesar, or George Washington during the American Revolution. Luckily, none of us will have to go that far, but Seneca continues his passage above with a prescription of how we should act.
When a man's ship leaks freely through its opened seams, does he become angry with the sailors or the ship itself? No. Instead of that, he tries to remedy it. He shuts out some water, bails out some other, closes all the holes that he can see, and by ceaseless labour counteracts those which are out of sight and which let water into the hold. Nor does he relax his efforts because as much water as he pumps out runs in again. We need a long-breathed struggle against permanent and prolific evils, not indeed to quell them, but merely to prevent their overpowering us.
That is the answer to how a Stoic does good in the world. Do we sail on calm seas in a well-made boat? Even someone robbed of their senses knows the answer is no from the tossing of the boat and the wetness of his feet. We live in an age of ever-multiplying vices where virtue itself is mocked. The good person, therefore, busies themselves with bailing water and fixing whatever holes they can reach, while the rest curse each other, or the boat, or the crew, or the gods themselves. Some style themselves as captains and imagine themselves in control of the whole situation. Some others beckon the water and go so far as to make new holes to let it in. None of this is unexpected to the good person who keeps up their work diligently with the knowledge that they will need to continue for the duration of the journey. Stoic practice. Can I be like that too? In our previous practices, we explored techniques to hone your ability to focus and be aware of your thoughts in real time. This skill is crucial for our next practice, which aims to enhance your relationships with others. This practice centers on developing the ability to immediately notice when you start judging someone. The moment you catch yourself in this act, the goal is to pivot your thoughts towards something more virtuous, and to remind yourself of your shared humanity with the person you are judging. Once you notice, pose the question to yourself, can I be like that too? If your answer is yes, which is likely, it becomes easy to let go of the judgment and instead have sympathy for your fellow infirmed. My cousin and I have a hard time controlling our tempers. I am grateful mine is not assaulting me at the moment. If your answer is no, then it becomes easier to change judgment into sympathy, as well as to be grateful for whatever it is that has spared you from this particular fault of character. Implementing this practice consistently requires effort, but it is a powerful way to become a kinder, more content individual. You will know you are progressing towards a state of tranquility when your view of others shifts from seeing them as mostly annoying to recognizing them as family who can be challenging at times. Stoic practice, the people I'll deal with today. Just as Marcus Aurelius prepared each morning to encounter meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous and surly people, we should also spend a few minutes each morning preparing for our own predictable challenges. The situations and thought patterns that disturb us tend to repeat themselves day after day and are therefore foreseeable. Marcus's list is not a general condemnation of humanity, but a reflection of the specific challenges he anticipated, so he would not be caught off guard by them. If we must encounter a surly man, we do better to greet him as an expected guest rather than act as if we have fallen into an ambush. Each morning, we should review our own list of challenging people and situations likely to arise and plan our responses in advance. This practice will help us act more effectively when these situations actually occur. An important aspect of justice is maintaining a reasonable and kind internal narrative about others throughout our day. Our reactions in any given moment are significantly influenced by our state of mind beforehand, so we must cultivate just thoughts if we hope to take just actions. By constantly examining and adjusting our inner dialogue, we put ourselves in the position to make fair judgments and respond with compassion in our daily lives. In the stormy sea of life, the Stoic stands resolute, recognizing that the world is fraught with challenges and that our fellow humans are often misguided, but never beyond hope. The Stoic does not resign from the world, but engages with it, tirelessly mending what can be mended, not out of anger or despair, but with a steady hand and a tranquil mind. We are not here to judge or condemn, but to heal, to guide, and to support one another. The Stoic's duty is not to rage against the inevitable imperfections of life, but to work diligently within them, knowing that the true measure of a person is found in their response to adversity and in their unwavering commitment to justice and virtue.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 4. Courage. Stoic courage is the ability to endure fortune with wisdom. It is being able to practice philosophy in the hardest moments. It is understanding that forsaking virtue and tranquility is worse than any external consequence could be, for doing what is right and saying what is true. Ultimately, for most of us, it will mean putting the philosophy to use on our deathbeds and in our very last hour. Seneca answers the question of courage in letter 85 of Letters from a Stoic. I think it speaks well of Stoicism that it worked in a time where the things that kept you up at night were literally slavery and torture.
It is the doctrine of you Stoics, then, they reply, that a brave man will expose himself to dangers. By no means, he will merely not fear them, though he will avoid them. It is proper for him to be careful, but not to be fearful. What then? Is he not to fear death, imprisonment, burning, and all the other missiles of fortune? Not at all, for he knows that they are not evils, but only seem to be. He reckons all these things as the bugbears of man's existence. Paint him a picture of slavery, lashes, chains, want, mutilation by disease or by torture, or anything else you may care to mention. He will count all such things as terrors caused by the derangement of the mind. These things are only to be feared by those who are fearful.
Bugbears, boogeymen. If we live in fear of the natural pain and suffering of life, we allow ourselves to be frightened like little children of the monsters under our bed. Nothing that will happen to us has not happened already to countless numbers of other people, including many on this very day. Some outcomes may be dispreferred, but they are outside of our control and not worth compromising our tranquility over. In fact, these challenging moments can be seen as valuable opportunities to exhibit virtue. Demonstrating steadfastness and practicing philosophy amidst adversity is a true testament to one's devotion and strength of character. Seneca continues,
"What then, you ask, is an evil? It is the yielding to those things which are called evils. It is the surrendering of one's liberty into their control, when really we ought to suffer all things in order to preserve this liberty. Liberty is lost unless we despise those things which put the yoke upon our necks. If men knew what bravery was, they would have no doubts as to what a brave man's conduct should be. For bravery is not thoughtless rashness or love of danger, or the courting of fear-inspiring objects. It is the knowledge which enables us to distinguish between that which is evil and that which is not. Bravery takes the greatest care of itself and likewise endures with the greatest patience all things which have a false appearance of being evils." What then, is the query? If the sword is brandished over your brave man's neck, if he is pierced in this place and in that continually, if he sees his entrails in his lap, if he is tortured again after being kept waiting in order that he may thus feel the torture more keenly, and if the blood flows afresh out of bowels where it has but lately ceased to flow, has he no fear? Shall you say that he has felt no pain either? Yes, he has felt pain, for no human virtue can rid itself of feelings. But he has no fear. Unconquered, he looks down from a lofty height upon his sufferings. Do you ask me what spirit animates him in these circumstances? It is the spirit of one who is comforting a sick friend.
The states of life commonly labelled as evil, greed, violence, deception, poverty, sickness, pain, are in fact natural aspects of existence and thus cannot be evil. The true evil lies in convincing ourselves that these states are malevolent, thereby amplifying our own suffering. We have the power to withstand these challenges imposed by fortune, and in doing so, we not only exhibit moral beauty, but also minimize our own suffering. Mislabeling what is merely undesirable as evil and becoming identified with our suffering only serves to intensify it. Ultimately, our response to circumstances, not the circumstances themselves, determines whether we ascend to lofty heights or fall to chaos. A brave person understands that moral dilemmas always come with a cost, whether through action or inaction. While the average person may perceive only the risks of courageous action, such as physical harm, financial loss, or damage to reputation, the Stoic recognizes that the greater peril lies in choosing vice over virtue, in failing to do the good that is within their power. This failure obstructs the path to the only true good, a sound mind. Thus, encountering danger is not an evil. Rather, the evil lies in shirking the responsibility to face that danger head-on. Pain. There is an old simile involving a dog tied to a cart, which is believed to have been first used by Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism. When the cart is stationary, the dog can move freely within the length of its leash. However, once the cart begins to move, the dog has two choices. It can either follow along willingly or resist and be dragged. In this simile, the cart represents fortune and we are the dog. Like the dog, we can either accept the path that fortune lays out for us or resist it futilely, being dragged along regardless. So it is with pain. Whether physical or emotional, chronic or acute, pain is beyond our control, but our response to it is not. We can choose to accept what must be accepted and thus reduce our suffering, or resist that which cannot be resisted and make our pain worse. Pain will tell us that it is unbearable, but we must not believe it. As Seneca wrote in Letter 78,
No man can suffer both severely and for a long time. Nature, who loves us most tenderly, has so constituted us as to make pain either endurable or short.
Freedom. Real freedom is freedom from fortune. It is being free from the fear of death and the fear of poverty. It is knowing that you can endure whatever life throws at you. It requires a diligent and courageous struggle to achieve, but it is a priceless good.
Suppose we do what Hannibal did, check the course of events, give up the war, and give over our bodies to be coddled. Everyone would rightly blame us for our untimely sloth, a thing fraught with peril even for the victor, to say nothing of one who is only on the way to victory. And we have even less right to do this than those followers of the Carthaginian flag, for our danger is greater than theirs if we slacken, and our toil is greater than theirs, even if we press ahead. Fortune is fighting against me, and I shall not carry out her commands. I refuse to submit to the yoke. Nay, rather, I shake off the yoke that is upon me, an act which demands even greater courage. The soul is not to be pampered. Surrendering to pleasure means also surrendering to pain, surrendering to toil, surrendering to poverty. Both ambition and anger will wish to have the same rights over me as pleasure, and I shall be torn asunder, or rather pulled to pieces, amid all these conflicting passions. I have set freedom before my eyes, and I am striving for that reward. And what is freedom, you ask? It means not being a slave to any circumstance, to any constraint, to any chance. It means compelling fortune to enter the lists on equal terms, and on the day when I know that I have the upper hand, her power will be naught. When I have death in my own control, shall I take orders from her?
True freedom lies in an unwavering equanimity towards fortune's gifts and trials. It is the steadfast conviction that your path will remain unaltered, regardless of life's fluctuations, and the ability to welcome challenges as proof of your imperviousness. This freedom is knowing that whatever happens, things really will be fine. A person who embodies this freedom is not dependent on their job, family, health, or country for happiness. While they may prefer these blessings, they recognize that such externalities are beyond their control and do not form the foundation of their contentment. Instead, their happiness is built on the one aspect they can control, their opinions and state of mind. This is the essence of true freedom, a liberation not from circumstances but from the power of external factors over one's inner peace. Stoic practice, carrying the lentils. Stoicism's founder, Zeno of Citium, lost his fortune and nearly his life in a shipwreck before washing up in Athens at age 22. Enamored with philosophy, the first of his teachers was Crates of Thebes, a Cynic philosopher and student of Diogenes, who set about teaching the young Zeno the necessity of being immune to public opinion. He assigned Zeno the task of carrying around with him a pot of lentils, considered a sign of poverty at the time. This is the ancient equivalent of broadcasting to everyone you come across that you are surviving off ramen noodles. When Crates saw Zeno hiding his lentils under his cloak, he smashed the pot with his staff, sending the then lentil-soaked Zeno fleeing with embarrassment. It was a waste of food. But Zeno learned the lesson. You cannot be a Stoic and care what people think about you. If you care about people seeing you carry lentils, if you cannot tolerate even insignificant judgment like this from others, how will you stand up for what is right when it is hard and everyone else is going the other way? How will you ever be equal with fortune if you cannot even best public opinion? For this practice, identify your personal lentils, activities that you ought to be able to do but cause you anxiety or embarrassment. These might include public speaking, expressing affection, dancing or singing in public, participating in theatre or trying stand-up comedy. Engage in these activities deliberately, allowing yourself to become desensitized to the fear of judgment. This exercise is designed to fortify your courage in low-stakes situations, preparing you to maintain your principles and integrity when faced with more consequential challenges. Stoic practice. Negative visualization. Thinking carefully about potential misfortunes is a good way to train your courage today, so it is ready at hand when you need it in the future.
Today it is you who threaten me with these terrors, but I have always threatened myself with them, and have prepared myself as a man to meet man's destiny. If an evil has been pondered beforehand, the blow is gentle when it comes. To the fool, however, and to him who trusts in fortune, each event as it arrives comes in a new and sudden form, and a large part of evil, to the inexperienced, consists in its novelty. This is proved by the fact that men endure with greater courage when they have once become accustomed to them, the things which they had at first regarded as hardships. Hence, the wise man accustoms himself to coming trouble, lightening by long reflection the evils, which others lighten by long endurance. We sometimes hear the inexperienced say, "I knew that this was in store for me." But the wise man knows that all things are in store for him. Whatever happens, he says, "I knew it."
This is likely the most challenging practice, so be prepared to encounter some resistance. Begin with less severe and improbable misfortunes, gradually progressing to more daunting scenarios that are likely to occur. The aim is to contemplate these situations thoughtfully, rather than worry about them. Developing the ability to think about the events without having an immediate emotional reaction is a key part of this practice and will require patience. Our ultimate objective is to achieve a state of complete preparedness, enabling us to mentally navigate through the gravest of life's potential hardships. This includes confronting the possibility of our own premature death, the loss of loved ones, severe illnesses, accidents resulting in disabilities, victimization through violence, financial collapse, wrongful accusations, and imprisonment. Fortune is a true monster, and if we want to stand firm against it, we must prepare for it to assail our every weak point.
We should therefore reflect upon all contingencies, and should fortify our minds against the evils which may possibly come. Exile, the torture of disease, wars, shipwreck. We must think on these. Chance may tear you from your country or your country from you, or may banish you to the desert. This very place, where throngs are stifling, may become a desert. Let us place before our eyes in its entirety the nature of man's lot, and if we would not be overwhelmed or even dazed by those unwanted evils, as if they were novel, let us summon to our minds beforehand, not as great an evil as oftentimes happens, but the very greatest evil that possibly can happen. We must reflect upon fortune fully and completely.
While most of us will not be able to go that far in our preparation, it is crucial that this practice not be skipped altogether, even by those who find it especially challenging. At a minimum, a person trying to make progress towards a healthy mind will need to apply negative visualization to the range of disasters they are likely to encounter in their lives, as well as any secret personal boogeymen that strike fear into their hearts. The path to a tranquil mind is blocked, while these things still hold power over us. Negative visualization can be a journaling or contemplation practice, but because of the mind's natural reluctance to think about these topics, writing is likely to be more effective. The process can be structured as follows, with a recommended duration of 10 to 15 minutes, focusing on being as detailed as you can. When you start the practice, your anxiety will naturally spike, and you should continue until it drops to 50% or less than the peak. Stopping before it reaches that level can backfire and reinforce our fears, but pushing through will habitualize us to them and lessen their control over us. Identify your fears. Begin by identifying the specific fears or scenarios that trigger your anxiety or distress. What are these fears, and why do they hold such power over you? Visualize the scenario. Immerse yourself in the details of the feared event or situation as it unfolds. Consider both the immediate repercussions and the long-term consequences. How would this scenario realistically impact your life? Focus on the virtue. Amidst this scenario, reflect on how you can apply the dichotomy of control. What elements are within your power to influence? Additionally, explore other ways you could exhibit virtue and resilience in this situation. Overcome your fears. Recognize that, despite the challenges you might face, you are never completely powerless. Visualize yourself confronting and overcoming the adversity with bravery and virtue. This mindset is key to maintaining peace of mind, regardless of life's challenges. By regularly engaging in this exercise, you reinforce the understanding that your happiness and peace of mind are not contingent on external circumstances, but are always rooted in your responses and actions in any given situation. Stoic courage is the ability to endure life's trials with unwavering wisdom and calm. It teaches us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to act virtuously despite it. True bravery lies in confronting adversity with a steadfast mind, recognizing that the real peril comes from abandoning our principles rather than from the trials themselves. By embracing this philosophy, we seek true freedom, unshackled from the whims of fate and built upon our own strength of character. Whether confronting a small inconvenience or our final moments, Stoic courage empowers us to live with integrity and composure, transforming every obstacle into an opportunity for virtuous and meaningful action.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 5. Temperance. When it comes to temperance, no one puts more emphasis on discipline and voluntary self-restraint than the Stoics. You must,
with mighty steadfastness, spurn both that which all men crave and that which all men fear.
The things we think are good and chase after, like wealth and fame, are not good. They are things which change from good to bad, and often cost us more than we gain. We must come to understand this and stop pursuing them. The things we fear, like poverty, bad reputation, solitude, disease, and death, are not evil. They are natural events which happen to everyone and are outside of our control, and therefore unable to harm us unless we harm ourselves about them. We must come to understand this and cease fearing them.
It is in the power of any man to despise all things, but of no man to possess all things. The shortest cut to riches is to despise riches.
This principle applies not just to wealth, but also to fame and relationships. Despise may seem a strong word, but Seneca is essentially advising us to disregard the aspects of life which are outside our control. Stoics do not base their happiness on things that are subject to fortune's whims. They might have preferences, but at their core, they remain indifferent to things governed by fortune. So, in this context, despise means to remain indifferent to the object itself, while actually scorning the true adversary, which is fortune. Moving to more practical advice. If you have been pursuing the wrong things, what should you be seeking instead? Aim to acquire only what is necessary, and stop when you have enough. The more you possess, the more you will want. True wealth lies in having what you need and not yearning for more.
He says, contented poverty is an honourable estate. Indeed, if it be contented, it is not poverty at all. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. What does it matter how much a man has laid up in his safe or in his warehouse, how large are his flocks and how fat his dividends, if he covets his neighbour's property, and reckons not his past gains, but his hopes of gains to come. Do you ask, what is the proper limit to wealth? It is first, to have what is necessary, and second, to have what is enough.
Practice moderation in your daily essentials, such as food, drink, clothing, and housing. These are fundamental needs, but they should be met with a sense of simplicity and sufficiency. Going beyond what is necessary can ignite further desires, leading to a cascade of other vices. Possessing more than what is needed is not a good. Possessing a mind that desires only what is needed is a true good.
Hold fast, then, to this sound and wholesome rule of life, that you indulge the body only so far as is needful for good health. The body should be treated more rigorously, that it may not be disobedient to the mind. Eat merely to relieve your hunger, drink merely to quench your thirst, dress merely to keep out the cold, house yourself merely as a protection against personal discomfort. It matters little whether the house be built of turf or of variously coloured imported marble. Understand that a man is sheltered just as well by a thatch as by a roof of gold. Despise everything that useless toil creates as an ornament and an object of beauty, and reflect that nothing except the soul is worthy of wonder. For to the soul, if it be great, naught is great.
Things which are essential to life naturally have their limits, while those that are non-essential often lack a clear endpoint. Engaging in endless quests for wealth, fame, attention, exotic possessions, extensive travel, gourmet delicacies, or sensory pleasures can lead to an insatiable cycle of desire. Succumbing to such endless want will clutter one's life with an array of vices, each more demanding and wicked than the last. We must recognize and respect the natural boundaries of our needs, avoiding that limitless chase after the superfluous, which will ultimately block our path to a tranquil mind.
If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich. Nature's wants are slight. The demands of opinion are boundless. Suppose that the property of many millionaires is heaped up in your possession. Assume that fortune carries you far beyond the limits of a private income, decks you with gold, clothes you in purple, and brings you to such a degree of luxury and wealth that you can bury the earth under your marble floors, that you may not only possess, but tread upon, riches. Add statues, paintings, and whatever any art has devised for the satisfaction of luxury. You will only learn from such things to crave still greater. Natural desires are limited, but those which spring from false opinion can have no stopping point. The false has no limits. When you are travelling on a road, there must be an end. But when astray, your wanderings are limitless. Recall your steps, therefore, from idle things, and when you would know whether that which you seek is based upon a natural or upon a misleading desire, consider whether it can stop at any definite point. If you find, after having travelled far, that there is a more distant goal always in view, you may be sure that this condition is contrary to nature.
Take the true measure of things and see if they are really worth their price. We frequently expend our resources, time, energy, and integrity on things we would readily reject if they required us to purchase them with money. Exercise special caution to ensure that none of your pursuits come at the price of your most precious asset, your freedom.
Therefore, with regard to the objects which we pursue and for which we strive with great effort, we should note this truth. Either there is nothing desirable in them, or the undesirable is preponderant. Some objects are superfluous, others are not worth the price we pay for them. But we do not see this clearly, and we regard things as free gifts when they really cost us very dear. Our stupidity may be clearly proved by the fact that we hold that buying refers only to the objects for which we pay cash, and we regard as free gifts the things for which we spend our very selves. These we should refuse to buy if we were compelled to give in payment for them our houses or some attractive and profitable estate, but we are eager to attain them at the cost of anxiety, of danger, and have lost honor, personal freedom, and time. So true it is that each man regards nothing as cheaper than himself. Let us, therefore, act in all our plans and conduct, just as we are accustomed to act whenever we approach a huckster who has certain wares for sale. Let us see how much we must pay for that which we crave. Very often the things that cost nothing cost us the most heavily. I can show you many objects the quest and acquisition of which have wrested freedom from our hands. We should belong to ourselves, if only these things did not belong to us.
Bear in mind that at your core, you are a being with simple needs that can be fulfilled with basic means. It is an absurdity to expect the entire world to work to cater to your desires, offering a plethora of items that not even 100 nations combined could produce. This was once a critique reserved for the affluent in ancient Rome, but has now become a reality for many in the modern world.
Now is it not madness, Lucilius, for none of us to reflect that he is mortal, or frail, or again that he is but one individual? Look at our kitchens and the cooks who bustle about over so many fires. Is it, think you, for a single belly that all this bustle and preparation of food takes place? Look at the old brands of wine, and storehouses filled with the vintages of many ages. Is it, think you, a single belly that is to receive the stored wine, sealed with the names of so many consuls, and gathered from so many vineyards? Look and mark in how many regions men plough the earth, and how many thousands of farmers are tilling and digging. Is it, think you, for a single belly that crops are planted in Sicily and Africa? We should be sensible, and our wants more reasonable, if each of us were to take stock of himself, and to measure his bodily needs also, and understand how little he can consume, and for how short a time.
Self-denial. Living in an era of unparalleled comfort and convenience may appear fortunate, but it actually poses a significant challenge to our moral and personal development. In such times, the Stoic practice of deliberately embracing discomfort becomes even more crucial. By choosing discomfort, rejecting convenience, and abstaining from pleasures, we not only steel ourselves against future hardships, but also gain a deeper appreciation for what we have. The ancient Stoics practiced this through various means like underdressing in cold weather, fasting, or sleeping on hard surfaces. Seneca, for instance, was a fan of plunging into freezing aqueducts. While our modern world lacks aqueducts, we can still find ways to practice this philosophy. Consider making a list of things you believe are indispensable and experiment with living without them for a short time. This could range from a day to a week or more, depending on the item. The goal is to prove to yourself that your happiness does not depend on these comforts. This might include foregoing hot showers, air conditioning, coffee, meat, or even your phone. The more tailored the challenge is to your personal comforts, the more effective it will be at dispelling your fears. Left unchecked, our desires will only grow. It is our responsibility to temper them with reason and align them with nature. It is counterintuitive, but there is a unique satisfaction in this self-denial. As you deepen your understanding of what truly constitutes good and evil, there is a profound sense of fulfillment in rejecting what you once mistakenly valued as essential. It feels good to live in accordance with your philosophy of life, demonstrating that pleasure, when mastered, can be a powerful ally rather than a dominating force. On the Philosopher's Mean. In Letter 5 of Letters from a Stoic, On the Philosopher's Mean, Seneca delves into the concept of moderation and its application in daily life. He explores how we should act among others while progressing on the path to wisdom. This letter offers insights into balancing the pursuit of philosophical ideals with the practicalities of societal interactions.
I commend you and rejoice in the fact that you are persistent in your studies, and that, putting all else aside, you make it each day your endeavor to become a better man. I do not merely exhort you to keep at it. I actually beg you to do so. I warn you, however, not to act after the fashion of those who desire to be conspicuous rather than to improve, by doing things which will rouse comment as regards your dress or general way of living. Repellent attire, unkempt hair, slovenly beard, open scorn of silver dishes, a couch on the bare earth, and any other perverted forms of self-display are to be avoided. The mere name of philosophy, however quietly pursued, is an object of sufficient scorn. And what would happen if we should begin to separate ourselves from the customs of our fellow men? Inwardly, we ought to be different in all respects, but our exterior should conform to society. Do not wear too fine, nor yet too frowsy a toga. One needs no silver plate, encrusted and embossed in solid gold, but we should not believe the lack of silver and gold to be proof of the simple life. Let us try to maintain a higher standard of life than that of the multitude, but not a contrary standard. Otherwise, we shall frighten away and repel the very persons whom we are trying to improve. We also bring it about that they are unwilling to imitate us in anything, because they are afraid lest they might be compelled to imitate us in everything. The first thing which philosophy undertakes to give is fellow feeling with all men, in other words, sympathy and sociability. We part company with our promise if we are unlike other men. We must see to it that the means by which we wish to draw admiration be not absurd and odious. Our motto, as you know, is live according to nature, but it is quite contrary to nature to torture the body, to hate unlaboured elegance, to be dirty on purpose, to eat food that is not only plain but disgusting and forbidding. Just as it is a sign of luxury to seek out dainties, so it is madness to avoid that which is customary and can be purchased at no great price. Philosophy calls for plain living, but not for penance, and we may perfectly well be plain and neat at the same time. This is the mean of which I approve. Our life should observe a happy medium between the ways of a sage and the ways of the world at large. All men should admire it, but they should understand it also.
We should practice moderation in our behavior to avoid elevating ourselves or deterring others from the study of philosophy. However, this moderation does not extend to our pursuit of virtue and mental well-being. Stoicism teaches that a truly happy life is achieved solely through virtue, without diluting it with even a hint of greed, lust, anger, ambition, or reliance on good fortune. While fully embodying this ideal may be beyond our reach, striving for it ensures that we do not prematurely settle for less or justify minor vices as rewards for our virtuous actions.
Just as no animal, whether wild or tamed and gentle, obeys reason, since nature made it deaf to advice, so the passions do not follow or listen, however slight they are. Tigers and lions never put off their wildness. They sometimes moderate it, and then, when you are least prepared, their softened fierceness is roused to madness. Vices are never genuinely tamed. Again, if reason prevails, the passions will not even get a start. But if they get underway against the will of reason, they will maintain themselves against the will of reason. For it is easier to stop them in the beginning than to control them when they gather force. This halfway ground is accordingly misleading and useless. It is to be regarded just as the declaration that we ought to be moderately insane or moderately ill. Virtue alone possesses moderation. The evils that afflict the mind do not admit of moderation.
Stoic practice. Learn to hate your vices.
And do you know why we have not the power to attain this Stoic ideal? It is because we refuse to believe in our power. Nay, of a surety, there is something else which plays a part. It is because we are in love with our vices. We uphold them and prefer to make excuses for them rather than shake them off. We mortals have been endowed with sufficient strength by nature. If only we use this strength, if only we concentrate our powers and rouse them all to help us, or at least not to hinder us. The reason is unwillingness, the excuse, inability.
Making profound positive changes to our thoughts and actions is difficult, but certainly within our capabilities. The reason we do not immediately abandon our vices and run to virtue is that, despite what we may claim, we love our vices. It is a twisted kind of love, like being in an abusive relationship. We keep them around because we think we deserve the suffering or do not believe we could face the world without them. We must reclaim our freedom and courageously prove to ourselves that we can rise above them.
There is nothing, Lucilius, to hinder you from entertaining good hopes about us just because we are even now in the grip of evil, or because we have long been possessed thereby. There is no man to whom a good mind comes before an evil one. It is the evil mind that gets first hold on all of us. Learning virtue means unlearning vice. We should therefore proceed to the task of freeing ourselves from faults with all the more courage because, when once committed to us, the good is an everlasting possession. Virtue is not unlearnt. But although virtues, when admitted, cannot depart and are easy to guard, yet the first steps in the approach to them are toilsome, because it is characteristic of a weak and diseased mind to fear that which is unfamiliar. The mind must therefore be forced to make a beginning. From then on, the medicine is not bitter, for just as soon as it is curing us, it begins to give pleasure. One enjoys other cures only after health is restored, but a draught of philosophy is at the same moment wholesome and pleasant.
We need a structured approach to make this beginning and learn to despise our vices. The process looks something like the following, and can be a journaling or a thought exercise. Try to be as detailed as you can in your examination. Select one of your vices to focus on. Explain why you love it. Reflect on what this vice has cost you, both tangibly and intangibly. Consider the harmful actions you engage in to sustain this vice. Think about the opportunities and growth it has prevented. Imagine how much more fulfilling your life could be if you replaced this vice with virtue. Often, we only superficially acknowledge our vices without fully understanding their roots and impacts. Deep reflection is crucial for behavioral change. This process keeps our vices and their triggers at the forefront of our minds, enhancing our awareness and ability to resist them in the moment. By consistently applying this practice, we will gradually reshape our character. Remember, our attention to specific issues is fleeting, lasting only a few days. Therefore, it is essential to repeatedly focus on the same vices. We tend to forget what we prefer not to think about. Persist in this practice until virtue becomes your natural response and habitual way of life, replacing your current bad habits. The Stoic pursuit of temperance is not about rejecting all worldly goods or abstaining from pleasure entirely, but rather about exercising disciplined moderation over our desires. It calls for a life guided by reason, where we recognize the natural limits of our needs and resist the endless temptations of superfluous desires. Through practicing self-denial and embracing simplicity, we can cultivate a deeper appreciation for life's true riches, virtue, wisdom, and peace of mind. Stoicism invites us to live within our means, to recognize the limits of our needs, and to find contentment in what we already have. Let us then walk the path of temperance, finding security not in abundance, but in the power to finally say, enough.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 6. Self-control. Our vices steal our lives. Every minute we waste engaging with them beyond what is absolutely necessary is a moment we ought to have spent on some useful thought or action. It is a moment we should have spent living well. Wasting our hours and days like this is why we suffer, why we fear death, and what prevents us from attaining a sound mind. We live like this because we love our vices and know nothing better. We spend our days chasing pleasure and avoiding pain, and think that is the only way to live. We falsely label pleasure as a good thing and think that giving it up would make life unbearable. But pleasure is not a good. The only good is a sound mind, which neither seeks nor avoids pleasure or pain. That is how we live according to our nature. That is the state of mind we are designed to be in, so once we see vice for what it really is, it becomes easy to replace it with virtue, and we will not slide back. The way we live now is the hard path. Living according to nature is easy. But to get there, we need to build self-control and learn to practice voluntary self-denial. This is a mental muscle, similar to mindfulness and the ability to exercise moment-to-moment awareness. It may seem minimal or non-existent at first, but it can be developed to life-changing heights. So, how do we develop this ability? Start with one area of your life, one vice, and focus on getting it under control every day. Commit to this for an extended period, 6 months to a year, and fight the good fight daily to change your behavior. Journal at the end of each day, reflect on your progress, and forgive your failures. Use this process to study your mind, observe the ways it resists, and identify effective strategies for overcoming them. Refuse to give up. According to Musonius Rufus, the Roman Socrates, and teacher of Epictetus, the vice we ought to start with is food.
In particular, he thought that mastering one's appetites for food and drink was the beginning of and basis for self-control. On one occasion, he dispensed with his other customary topics and had the following to say about food. Just as one should choose inexpensive food over expensive food, and food that is easy to obtain over food that is hard to obtain, one should choose food suitable for a human being over food that isn't. And what is suitable for us is food from things which the earth produces. The various grains and other plants can nourish a human being quite well. Also nourishing is food from domestic animals which we don't slaughter. The most suitable of these foods, though, are the ones we can eat without cooking: fruits in season, certain vegetables, milk, cheese, and honeycombs. These foods also are easiest to obtain. Even those foods that require cooking, including grains and some vegetables, are not unsuitable. All are proper food for a human being.
Eat to sustain the body, not for pleasure. The more time we spend thinking about food, the less time we have to think about improving our character. The more money we spend on it, the more we have to work. The more we indulge our palates, the less satisfied we become with what is enough. We read too many cookbooks and not enough philosophy. In addition to advising us to eat what is simple and easy to obtain, Rufus prescribed a vegetarian diet. Seneca suggested the same, although he only maintained the practice for a year in his youth. He adds that in giving this counsel, he is not asking us to give up anything worthwhile.
I am merely depriving you of food which sustains lions and vultures.
While not abstaining from animal flesh, Seneca did abstain from wine, which we will discuss later, as well as oysters and mushrooms.
That is why I have forsaken oysters and mushrooms forever, since they are not really food, but are relishes to bully the sated stomach into further eating, as is the fancy of gourmands and those who stuff themselves beyond their powers of digestion. Down with it quickly and up with it quickly.
We do not use oysters and mushrooms for this purpose anymore. Instead, we use other fake foods to addict ourselves and bully our stomachs into eating much more than we should. We have a variety of these, but the most wicked is sugar. In a natural environment, we would only encounter sugar in low levels, but we use modern, unnatural processes to extract vast amounts of sugar and blend it into everything. We bring a whole host of problems down on ourselves because of our inability to abandon this vice. Bringing our diets in line with nature will require getting serious about our sugar intake. After all, we will only be giving up a food which sustains flies and bees. If this all sounds difficult, that is a good thing. That is the point. The discipline and self-control we learn through our confrontation with these vices will give us the strength and the tools to take on all the rest. Money. Money cannot buy happiness, it cannot buy security, it cannot buy love, and it cannot buy a sound mind. It can bring envy. It nurtures greed, it allows for excess, and it is a handmaiden for a host of other vices. Having what you need and nothing more brings time, security, and peace of mind. It reveals true friends and opens the path to building real relationships. It lets you be who you really are and see the truth in others. We must work to bring what is necessary for life and what is enough for us as close together as we can.
Poverty brought into conformity with the law of nature is great wealth. Do you know what limits that law of nature ordains for us? Merely to avert hunger, thirst, and cold. In order to banish hunger and thirst, it is not necessary for you to pay court at the doors of the purse-proud, or to submit to the stern frown, or to the kindness that humiliates, nor is it necessary for you to scour the seas or go campaigning. Nature's needs are easily provided and ready to hand. It is the superfluous things for which men sweat, the superfluous things that wear our togas threadbare, that force us to grow old in camp, that dash us upon foreign shores. That which is enough is ready to our hands. He who has made a fair compact with poverty is rich.
In the same way that we prepare beforehand for the chance that fortune drops us into poverty, we should prepare for the chance that she raises us up into wealth and success. We can just as easily be blown off course by so-called good fortune as by its opposite. The more we have, the more we get used to, and the more we expect in the future. We ought to set a limit in our minds for the income level and lifestyle which we will not exceed, before the opportunity presents itself.
Fix a limit which you will not even desire to pass, should you have the power. At last, then, away with all these treacherous goods. They look better to those who hope for them than to those who have attained them. If there were anything substantial in them, they would sooner or later satisfy you. As it is, they merely rouse the drinker's thirst. Away with fripperies which only serve for show. As to what the future's uncertain lot has in store, why should I demand of fortune that she give, rather than demand of myself that I should not crave? And why should I crave? Shall I heap up my winnings and forget that man's lot is unsubstantial? For what end should I toil? Lo, today is the last. If not, it is near the last.
A common objection to giving up the pursuit of money is that a certain amount of it must be piled up before a person can devote themselves to the study of philosophy, as if wealth is the path to security and leisure. The true path to those things is the study of philosophy. You will never gain enough money to satisfy, and neither will you ever possess enough time for study. To those who know the value of a sound mind, money is nothing.
If you wish to have leisure for your mind, either be a poor man or resemble a poor man. Study cannot be helpful unless you take pains to live simply, and living simply is voluntary poverty. Away, then, with all excuses like, I have not yet enough. When I have gained the desired amount, then I shall devote myself wholly to philosophy. And yet this ideal, which you are putting off and placing second to other interests, should be secured first of all. You should begin with it. You retort, I wish to acquire something to live on. Yes, but learn while you are acquiring it, for if anything forbids you to live nobly, nothing forbids you to die nobly. There is no reason why poverty should call us away from philosophy, no, nor even actual want. For when hastening after wisdom, we must endure even hunger. Men have endured hunger when their towns were besieged. And what other reward for their endurance did they obtain than that they did not fall under the conqueror's power? How much greater is the promise of the prize of everlasting liberty, and the assurance that we need fear neither God nor man. Even though we starve, we must reach that goal. Armies have endured all manner of want, have lived on roots, and have resisted hunger by means of food too revolting to mention. All this they have suffered to gain a kingdom, and, what is more marvellous, to gain a kingdom that will be another's. Will any man hesitate to endure poverty in order that he may free his mind from madness?
Sex. Sex is like sugar. Left to nature, it is a necessity that exists at a safe and healthy level. But we have removed it from its natural place, increased its potency, and blended it into everything, becoming addicted to it in the process. There is sex in advertising and media, sex as entertainment, sex as identity, and sex as status. Like a food-addled Roman gourmand, we develop unnatural tastes and boast more proudly the longer our list of unnatural preferences becomes. We are deranged by sex, individually and culturally, and need strong medicine to cast off our fever. Thankfully, Musonius Rufus addresses the topic directly.
A significant part of luxurious living involves sexual behavior, because men who live luxuriously desire a variety of sexual experiences, both legitimate and illegitimate, and with both women and men. Sometimes they pursue one male as their beloved, sometimes another. Sometimes they are not satisfied with those males who are available, but go after the ones who are hard to get and seek unseemly embraces. All of these actions are great reproaches against a human being. Men who are neither licentious nor wicked must consider only those sexual acts which occur in marriage and which are carried out for the creation of children to be right, since these acts are also lawful, but they must consider acts that chase after mere pleasure, even if they occur in marriage as wrong and unlawful.
This may seem overly strict, but what is it that makes bodily pleasure a good? Who argues for that position other than popular opinion and the passions? What is it about recreational sex, even with your significant other, that makes either of you better? Lust is a temporary madness, just like the other vices, and does not share space in the mind with virtue, but drives it out. Temporarily giving way to our lower nature with a stranger is easier to see as an act of evil against oneself, in addition to leading the other astray. But why is giving in to our lower natures with those we love any better? How does the time we spend thinking about sex with our partners, as opposed to the time we spend thinking about others, bring us any closer to a sound mind? Sex is such a dangerous vice, and one that cannot be banished completely like some others. Instead, we should aim to spend the least possible amount of time on it. For Rufus, that was only procreational sex in marriage. This is a high bar to set, and is likely only possible in a relationship where both parties are Stoics, but we ought to aim to engage with sex with virtue, justice, temperance, and courage, just like we do with everything else, and make it as small a part of our lives as we can. A great danger of our modern era is the ability to make one's whole life about sex, and it is impossible to think about philosophy and sex at the same time. There is a common misunderstanding about marriage in the modern world, the belief that it is primarily intended to be sexually satisfying. While sexual satisfaction might be a preferred indifferent, the true purpose of marriage lies in perfect love, companionship, and the raising of children.
But in marriage, there must be above all perfect companionship and mutual love of husband and wife, both in health and sickness, and under all conditions, since it was with desire for this, as well as children, that both entered upon marriage.
Travel. For many cosmopolitan moderns, recreational travel and learning about other cultures stand in for a real philosophy of life. Travel has always had a philosophical dimension, the pilgrimage and the hero's journey, but only when it is done with introspection and supported by an effective system of thought. The way we travel now often imitates these journeys without understanding them. We want to grow and change, and we believe people are more likely to have these types of experiences away from home, but we confuse the source of those experiences. Our problems come from ourselves, not the places where we find ourselves. Unless we make virtue our destination, we will be doomed to wander forever.
If someone has broken a leg or dislocated a joint, he doesn't get on a carriage or a ship. He calls a doctor to set the fracture or relocate the limb. Do you get the point? When the mind has been broken and sprained in so many places, do you think it can be restored by changing places? Your trouble is too grave to be cured by moving around. Travel does not make one a doctor or an orator. One does not learn a skill from one's location. Do you suppose that wisdom, the greatest of all skills, can be assembled on a journey? Believe me, there is no journey that could deposit you beyond desires, beyond outbursts of temper, beyond your fears. If that were so, the human race would have headed there in droves. So long as you carry around the reasons for your troubles, wandering all over the world, those troubles will continue to harass and torment you. Are you puzzled that running away is not helping you? What you are running from is with you. You need to correct your flaws, unload your burdens, and keep your desires within a healthy limit. Expel all iniquity from your mind.
Alcohol. The ancient Romans had a problem with alcohol, as do we. We love this vice so much that we demand it at every social function and official ceremony. We make it available on every corner and create space in our society for its every excess and dire consequence. There is no other vice it does not provoke and then drive into a frenzy. How much less destructive might anger, lust, and jealousy be without inebriation pushing them forward? We would do well to close the door on this vice altogether, and if not, we must never drink to drunkenness.
It is much better to attack drunkenness directly, exposing its faults. Even an ordinary decent person will avoid these, and still more, the perfectly wise person. The latter is satisfied when thirst is quenched, and although he does sometimes let good cheer urge him to go somewhat further for another's sake, he stops short of drunkenness. Just say how disgraceful it is for a person to imbibe more than he can hold, not knowing the size of his own stomach, and how many things people do when they are drunk that would embarrass them when sober. Say that drunkenness is nothing but voluntary insanity. Imagine the drunken state continuing for a number of days. Would you hesitate to call that madness? So even as it is not a lesser form of insanity, but only a shorter one.
Drunkenness and inebriation through other substances rob us of our reason and replace it with an inferior and debased experience of the world. They deny us the ability to live up to our higher natures. This could be our last day, and we must spend every moment of it among the sane and reasonable. Stoic practice. Is this the condition that I feared?
I am so firmly determined, however, to test the constancy of your mind, that drawing from the teachings of great men, I shall give you also a lesson. Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself the while, "Is this the condition that I feared?" It is precisely in times of immunity from care that the soul should toughen itself beforehand for occasions of greater stress, and it is, while fortune is kind, that it should fortify itself against her violence. In days of peace the soldier performs manoeuvres, throws up earthworks with no enemy in sight, and wearies himself by gratuitous toil in order that he may be equal to unavoidable toil. If you would not have a man flinch when the crisis comes, train him before it comes. Such is the course which those men have followed, who, in their imitation of poverty, have every month come almost to want, that they might never recoil from what they had so often rehearsed. You need not suppose that I mean meals like Timmins or paupers' huts, or any other device which luxurious millionaires use to beguile the tedium of their lives. Let the pallet be a real one, and the coarse cloak. Let the bread be hard and grimy. Endure all this for 3 or 4 days at a time, sometimes for more, so that it may be a test of yourself instead of a mere hobby. Then, I assure you, my dear Lucilius, you will leap for joy when filled with a pennyworth of food, and you will understand that a man's peace of mind does not depend upon fortune, for even when angry, she grants enough for our needs.
This is a specific self-denial practice that Seneca prescribes to free us from the fear of poverty. Every month, or every few months, dedicate 3 to 4 days to living with minimal financial means. During these days, prepare the most basic meals, consuming only what is necessary for sustenance. Avoid any form of paid entertainment or leisure activities. Adopt a simple dress code, minimize travel, and reduce your overall consumption of resources. The objective is to experience life as though fortune has cast you into poverty, helping you realize that there is nothing to dread in such a situation. This practice not only fosters gratitude for your usual lifestyle, but also diminishes the power material possessions have over you. Additionally, undertaking this exercise as a communal activity or with a group can enhance its impact and provide mutual support. Ultimately, the journey towards self-control is about reclaiming our lives from the clutches of our vices. By deliberately practicing self-denial and focusing on what is truly necessary, we gradually build the mental resilience required to live a virtuous life. Each step we take towards mastering our appetites, simplifying our needs, and aligning our actions with nature brings us closer to a sound mind. This path, though challenging, is deeply rewarding. It offers a profound sense of peace and fulfillment that far surpasses the fleeting pleasures of indulgence. In the end, self-control is not just about restraint, it is about gaining true freedom and peace of mind.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 7. Anger.
You have demanded of me, Novatus, that I should write how anger may be soothed, and it appears to me that you are right in feeling a special fear of this passion, which is above all others hideous and wild, for the others have some alloy of peace and quiet, but this consists wholly in action and the impulse of grief, raging with an utterly inhuman lust for arms, blood and tortures, careless of itself, provided it hurts another, rushing upon the very point of the sword, and greedy for revenge even when it drags the avenger to ruin with itself. Some of the wisest of men have, in consequence of this, called anger a short madness, for it is equally devoid of self-control, regardless of decorum, forgetful of kinship, obstinately engrossed in whatever it begins to do, deaf to reason and advice, excited by trifling causes, awkward at perceiving what is true and just, and very like a falling rock, which breaks itself to pieces upon the very thing which it crushes.
Anger is madness. It is the most dangerous of all the vices, and the one we must be most vigilant about in ourselves. Our goal should be to extinguish it wholly, for any smouldering coal can be whipped up into a conflagration. Anger is irrational, for we are either angry with nature, which is outside of our control and bears no faults, or with other people who know no better. We are born to be allies and companions, not enemies and rivals.
Whether it be according to nature will become evident if we consider man's nature, than what is more gentle while it is in its proper condition? Yet what is more cruel than anger? What is more affectionate to others than man? Yet what is more savage against them than anger? Mankind is born for mutual assistance, anger for mutual ruin. The former loves society, the latter estrangement. The one loves to do good, the other to do harm. The one to help even strangers, the other to attack even its dearest friends. The one is ready even to sacrifice itself for the good of others, the other to plunge into peril provided it drags others with it. Who, then, can be more ignorant of nature than he who classes this cruel and hurtful vice as belonging to her best and most polished work?
But certainly there are times when anger is justified and useful, the critic will say. Anger can do nothing better than reason. Justice, courage, and temperance can on their own. We mistake self-righteousness and anger for usefulness. It does not help us punish criminals or reform wayward men, only return harm to them. It does not aid us in a fight or at war, instead exposing us to unnecessary danger and ruin. It is unhelpful in defending one's friends or family, as it pushes out wise counsel and replaces it with impulse and frenzied action. But certainly it is right and just to be angry with the evil deeds of bad men.
It is impossible, says Theophrastus, for a good man not to be angry with bad men. By this reasoning, the better a man is, the more irascible he will be. Yet will he not rather be more tranquil, more free from passions, and hating no one? Indeed, what reason has he for hating sinners, since it is error that leads them into such crimes? Now it does not become a sensible man to hate the erring, since, if so, he will hate himself. Let him think how many things he does contrary to good morals, how much of what he has done stands in need of pardon, and he will soon become angry with himself also, for no righteous judge pronounces a different judgment in his own case and in that of others. No one, I affirm, will be found who can acquit himself. Every one, when he calls himself innocent, looks rather to external witnesses than to his own conscience. How much more philanthropic it is to deal with the erring in a gentle and fatherly spirit, and to call them into the right course instead of hunting them down. When a man is wandering about our fields because he has lost his way, it is better to place him on the right path than to drive him away.
But my anger takes hold of me without my choice or consent. This is false. While the first impulses are outside our control, in the very next moment we have a choice whether to believe them or not. We have never become angry without making the choice to do so. We experience an irksome feeling, and instead of disagreeing with it, we believe it and become its advocate. We say, "I have been injured by this thing," and begin a plan of revenge when we truly have not been, and when any harm we may endure can only come from ourselves.
Furthermore, that you may know in what manner passions begin and swell and gain spirit, learn that the first emotion is involuntary, and is, as it were, a preparation for a passion and a threatening of one. The next is combined with a wish, though not an obstinate one, as, for example, "It is my duty to avenge myself because I have been injured," or "It is right that this man should be punished because he has committed a crime." The third emotion is already beyond our control, because it overrides reason and wishes to avenge itself, not if it be its duty, but whether or no. We are not able by means of reason to escape from that first impression on the mind, any more than we can escape from those things which we have mentioned as occurring to the body. We cannot prevent other people's yawns tempting us to yawn. We cannot help winking when fingers are suddenly darted at our eyes. Reason is unable to overcome these habits, which perhaps might be weakened by practice and constant watchfulness. They differ from an emotion which is brought into existence and brought to an end by a deliberate mental act.
This could be an ancient summary of the modern ABCDE method of cognitive behavioral therapy, which itself was inspired by the Stoic teachings of Epictetus. The process is explained as follows. A. Activating event. Some thought or person irks you. B. Belief. You tell yourself, "I have been harmed," and believe the lie. C. Consequence. Anger, thoughts of revenge, declarations of war. D. Disputation. You ask yourself, "Have I really been harmed?" and marshal evidence to the contrary. E. Effect. The anger dissolves, and you return to sanity. This is an excellent tool in our fight against anger. As we make progress in our practice, our goal should be to catch ourselves after the first irksome feeling and preemptively deny belief to the idea that we have been harmed. We must remember that we can only be harmed if we harm ourselves. How to avoid anger.
A large part of mankind manufacture their own grievances either by entertaining unfounded suspicions or by exaggerating trifles. Anger often comes to us, but we often go to it. It ought never to be sent for. Even when it falls in our way, it ought to be flung aside. No one says to himself, I myself have done or might have done this very thing which I am angry with another for doing. No one considers the intention of the doer, but merely the thing done. Yet we ought to think about him and whether he did it intentionally or accidentally, under compulsion or under a mistake, whether he did it out of hatred for us or to gain something for himself, whether he did it to please himself or to serve a friend. In some cases, the age; in others, the worldly fortunes of the culprit may render it humane or advantageous to bear with him and put up with what he has done. Let us put ourselves in the place of him with whom we are angry. At present, an overweening conceit of our own importance makes us prone to anger, and we are quite willing to do to others what we cannot endure should be done to ourselves. No one will postpone his anger, yet delay is the best remedy for it, because it allows its first glow to subside, and gives time for the cloud which darkens the mind either to disperse or, at any rate, to become less dense. Of these wrongs which drive you frantic, some will grow lighter after an interval, not of a day but even of an hour. Some will vanish altogether. Even if you gain nothing by your adjournment, still what you do after it will appear to be the result of mature deliberation, not of anger. If you want to find out the truth about anything, commit the task to time. Nothing can be accurately discerned at a time of disturbance.
We ought to put our trust in people and refuse to be suspicious of them. It is more noble to be deceived than to suspect. We should not believe rumours from others or thoughts originating within ourselves unless they prove themselves true.
Readiness to believe what we hear causes very great mischief. We ought often not even to listen, because in some cases it is better to be deceived than to suspect deceit. We ought to free our minds of suspicion and mistrust, those most untrustworthy causes of anger.
We become angry over petty things because we are spoiled and luxurious. Adopting a more Spartan lifestyle can help us build resilience against such trivial provocations.
When pleasures have corrupted both the body and the mind, nothing seems endurable, not indeed because it is hard, but because he who has to bear it is soft. For why should we be driven to frenzy by anyone's coughing and sneezing, or by a fly not being driven away with sufficient care, or by a dog's hanging about us, or a key dropping from a careless servant's hand? Nothing, therefore, nourishes anger more than excessive and dissatisfied luxury. The mind ought to be hardened by rough treatment, so as not to feel any blow that is not severe.
The greatest remedy for anger is delay. Do not become angry about things you heard second-hand. Do not believe what you hear or think at the first impression. Take time to gather evidence and put the accusations on trial.
The greatest remedy for anger is delay. Beg anger to grant you this at the first, not in order that it may pardon the offence, but that it may form a right judgment about it. If it delays, it will come to an end. Do not attempt to quell it all at once, for its first impulses are fierce. By plucking away its parts we shall remove the whole. If you were about to give sentence in court about ever so small a sum of money, you would take nothing as proved without a witness, and a witness would count for nothing except on his oath. You would allow both sides to be heard, you would allow them time, you would not dispatch the matter at one sitting, because the oftener it is handled, the more distinctly the truth appears. And do you condemn your friend offhand? Are you angry with him before you hear his story, before you have cross-examined him, before he can know either who is his accuser or with what he is charged? Why then just now, in the case which you just tried, did you hear what was said on both sides?
We can always find a reason to forgive someone who has wronged us. We must train ourselves in this, so it becomes our first reaction to anger.
Perhaps he is a child. Let us pardon his youth. He knows not whether he is doing wrong. Or he is a father. He has either rendered such great services as to have won the right even to wrong us, or perhaps this very act which offends us is his chief merit. Or a woman. Well, she made a mistake. The man did it because he was ordered to do it. Who but an unjust person can be angry with what is done under compulsion? You had hurt him. Well, there is no wrong in suffering the pain which you have been the first to inflict. Suppose that your opponent is a judge. Then you ought to take his opinion rather than your own, or that he is a king. Then, if he punishes the guilty, yield to him because he is just, and if he punishes the innocent, yield to him because he is powerful. Suppose that it is a dumb animal, or as stupid as a dumb animal, then, if you are angry with it, you will make yourself like it. Suppose that it is a disease or a misfortune, it will take less effect upon you if you bear it quietly. Or that it is a god, then you waste your time by being angry with him, as much as if you prayed him to be angry with someone else. Is it a good man who has wronged you? Do not believe it. Is it a bad one? Do not be surprised at this. He will pay to someone else the penalty which he owes to you. Indeed, by his sin, he has already punished himself.
How to subdue anger. If we have failed to check ourselves and have become angry, we are not without tools to bring ourselves back to sanity. Our first step should be to reassess our expectations. Our anger will say to us, "How dare they? Do they not know who I am?" As if we are someone who ought not face disrespect or hardship, when we are really the type to both expect them ourselves and inflict them upon others.
This is caused by our excessive self-love. We think that we ought to remain uninjured, even by our enemies. Every man bears within his breast the mind of a despot and is willing to commit excesses, but unwilling to submit to them. Thus it is either ignorance or arrogance that makes us angry. Ignorance of common facts. For what is there to wonder at in bad men committing evil deeds? What novelty is there in your enemy hurting you, your friend quarrelling with you, your son going wrong, or your servant doing amiss? Fabius was wont to say that the most shameful excuse a general could make was, "I did not think." I think it the most shameful excuse that a man can make. Think of everything, expect everything. Even with men of good character, something queer will crop up. Human nature produces minds that are treacherous, ungrateful, greedy, and impious. When you are considering what any man's morals may be, think what those of mankind are.
All anger is self-righteous and brings with it a certain kind of pleasure that enjoys witnessing the suffering of others. But revenge is not justice, and this pleasure is the mad delight of the tyrant.
But anger possesses a certain pleasure of its own, and it is sweet to pay back the pain you have suffered. Not at all. It is not honourable to requite injuries by injuries, in the same way as it is to repay benefits by benefits. In the latter case, it is a shame to be conquered. In the former, it is a shame to conquer. Revenge and retaliation are words which men use and even think to be righteous, yet they do not greatly differ from wrongdoing, except in the order in which they are done. He who renders pain for pain has more excuse for his sin, that is all.
It takes two to fight and to drag each other down to hell. The wise person, when they realize they have begun to act out their anger, drops their weapon, even in front of their very opponent, perhaps incurring some additional injury to themselves, but saving both parties from disaster. The true victor is not the one who vanquishes their foe, but the one who ends the strife and returns voluntarily to the wise and safe path.
If anyone is angry with you, meet his anger by returning benefits for it. A quarrel which is only taken up on one side falls to the ground. It takes two men to fight. But suppose that there is an angry struggle on both sides. Even then, he is the better man who first gives way. The winner is the real loser. He struck you, well then, do you fall back? If you strike him in turn, you will give him both an opportunity and an excuse for striking you again. You will not be able to withdraw yourself from the struggle when you please.
If you still cannot check your anger with reason, counter it with another vice. Remember that anger is madness and can destroy your whole life in a moment if you give it the chance. Use the fear of that destruction to bring it under control.
No way leads more swiftly to madness. Many have consequently remained always in the frenzy of anger, and, having once lost their reason, have never recovered it. Ajax was driven mad by anger, and driven to suicide by madness. Men, frantic with rage, call upon heaven to slay their children, to reduce themselves to poverty and to ruin their houses, and yet declare that they are not either angry or insane. Enemies to their best friends, dangerous to their nearest and dearest, regardless of the laws, save where they injure, swayed by the smallest trifles, unwilling to lend their ears to the advice or the services of their friends. They do everything by main force, and are ready either to fight with their swords or to throw themselves upon them. For the greatest of all evils, and one which surpasses all vices, has gained possession of them. Other passions gain a footing in the mind by slow degrees. Anger's conquest is sudden and complete, and moreover, it makes all other passions subservient to itself. It conquers the warmest love. Men have thrust swords through the bodies of those whom they loved, and have slain those in whose arms they have lain. Avarice, that sternest and most rigid of passions, is trampled underfoot by anger, which forces it to squander its carefully collected wealth and set fire to its house and all its property in one heap. Why? Has not even the ambitious man been known to fling away the most highly valued ensigns of rank, and to refuse high office when it was offered to him? There is no passion over which anger does not bear absolute rule.
Finally, if all else fails, remember that we are bad people, living among bad people, and our only chance at forgiveness comes from each other. We must forgive if we are to be forgiven.
We all are hasty and careless. We all are untrustworthy, dissatisfied and ambitious. Nay, why do I try to hide our common wickedness by a too partial description? We all are bad. Every one of us, therefore, will find in his own breast the vice which he blames in another. Why do you remark how pale this man or how lean that man is? There is a general pestilence. Let us, therefore, be more gentle one to another. We are bad men, living among bad men. There is only one thing which can afford us peace, and that is to agree to forgive one another. This man has already injured me, say you, and I have not yet injured him. No, but you've probably injured someone else, and you will injure him some day. Do not form your judgment by 1 hour or 1 day. Consider the whole tendency of your mind. Even though you have done no evil, yet you are capable of doing it.
At the end of each day, reflect on how you fared. Journal or think through each instance of anger and how you managed it. Make this a part of your nightly routine, and you will make progress towards controlling and extinguishing this most wicked of vices.
The spirit ought to be brought up for examination daily. It was the custom of Sextius, when the day was over, and he had betaken himself to rest, to inquire of his spirit. What bad habit of yours have you cured today? What vice have you checked? In what respect are you better? Anger will cease and become more gentle if it knows that every day it will have to appear before the judgment seat. What can be more admirable than this fashion of discussing the whole of the day's events? How sweet is the sleep which follows this self-examination! How calm, how sound and careless is it when our spirit has either received praise or reprimand, and when our secret inquisitor and censor has made his report about our morals.
On this journey to master anger, we must remember that we are imperfect beings striving for improvement. By practicing daily reflection, delaying our responses, and seeing others clearly, we can gradually loosen anger's grip on our lives. The Stoics remind us that we are all flawed individuals living among other flawed individuals. In this understanding lies the seed of forgiveness, both for others and ourselves, and the end of anger. By continually applying these principles, we can not only conquer this most hideous of passions, but also build the foundations for a life of peace and tranquility.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/Stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 8. The right way to give. Having covered justice and Stoic interconnectivity in Chapter 3, rules for how to treat people in general, we can now investigate the right way to build close relationships with people we love or might come to love in the future. This process of wholesome intent, repaid with heartfelt gratitude, builds bonds of mutual love and dependence between ourselves and those around us. It is this process that Seneca refers to as benefits.
Among the numerous faults of those who pass their lives recklessly and without due reflection, my good friend Liberalis, I should say that there is hardly anyone so hurtful to society as this, that we neither know how to bestow or how to receive a benefit.
The Stoics believe that we are born for each other, which leads to the conclusion that it is not just good to benefit one another, but it is how we build the primary bonds of society. We must have generous intentions followed up by generous acts, and bestow them on worthy people, so that we encourage the return of those benefits and the building of a chain of connection and love between the receiver and ourselves. We must learn to give at the right time and in the right way, and then to act as if we forgot our debt. We must also learn to receive and repay in the right way, how to show gratitude, and how to keep our benefits in the forefront of our minds.
We are to speak of benefits, and to define a matter which is the chief bond of human society. We are to lay down a rule of life, such that neither careless open-handedness may commend itself to us under the guise of goodness of heart, and yet that our circumspection, while it moderates, may not quench our generosity, a quality in which we ought neither to exceed nor to fall short. Men must be taught to be willing to give, willing to receive, willing to return, and to place before themselves the high aim, not merely of equaling, but even of surpassing those to whom they are indebted, both in good offices and in good feeling, because the man whose duty it is to repay can never do so unless he outdoes his benefactor. The one class must be taught to look for no return, the other to feel deeper gratitude.
What is a benefit?
What then is a benefit? It is the art of doing a kindness which both bestows pleasure and gains it by bestowing it, and which does its office by natural and spontaneous impulse. It is not therefore the thing which is done or given, but the spirit in which it is done or given, that must be considered, because a benefit exists, not in that which is done or given, but in the mind of the doer or giver. How great the distinction between them is, you may perceive from this, that while a benefit is necessarily good, yet that which is done or given is neither good nor bad.
A benefit is the wholesome intention to be helpful, not the help itself. This genuine desire, rooted in goodwill, is the essence of a benefit. While the outcomes of our actions are external and subject to the whims of fortune, capable of shifting from good to bad, the core value of the benefit, the heartfelt intention behind it, remains unaltered and impervious to such changes.
One man says that he owes the money which he has received, another that he owes a consulship, a priesthood, a province, and so on. These, however, are but the outward signs of kindnesses, not the kindnesses themselves. A benefit is not to be felt and handled. It is a thing which exists only in the mind. There is a great difference between the subject matter of a benefit and the benefit itself. Wherefore neither gold nor silver nor any of those things which are most highly esteemed are benefits, but the benefit lies in the goodwill of him who gives them. The ignorant take notice only of that which comes before their eyes, and which can be owned and passed from hand to hand, while they disregard that which gives these things their value. The things which we hold in our hands, which we see with our eyes, and which our avarice hugs, are transitory. They may be taken from us by ill luck or by violence. But a kindness lasts even after the loss of that by means of which it was bestowed. For it is a good deed which no violence can undo. For instance, suppose that I ransomed a friend from pirates, but another pirate has caught him and thrown him into prison. The pirate has not robbed him of my benefit, but has only robbed him of the enjoyment of it.
Why we give benefits. We bestow benefits on others because it is our duty and to maintain a clear conscience, ensuring that we have left no good we could do undone. Our motivation must be purely altruistic. If we seek to profit ourselves, it is not a benefit. Understanding this concept is important because a significant part of a wise person's tranquility comes from the time they spend each day thinking about benefits, bestowing them, and being grateful for them.
It is so far from being right to bestow a benefit for one's own advantage that often, as I have explained, it is one's duty to bestow it when it involves one's own loss and risk. For instance, if I assist a man when beset by robbers so that he gets away from them safely, or help some victim of power, and bring upon myself the party spite of a body of influential men, very probably incurring myself the same disgrace from which I saved him, although I might have taken the other side and looked on with safety at struggles with which I have nothing to do. If I were to give bail for one who has been condemned, and when my friend's goods were advertised for sale, I were to give a bond to the effect that I would make restitution to the creditors, if, in order to save a proscribed person, I myself run the risk of being proscribed. No one, when about to buy a villa at Tusculum or Tibur for a summer retreat because of the health of the locality, considers how many years' purchase he gives for it. This must be looked to by the man who makes a profit by it. The same is true with benefits. When you ask what return I get for them, I answer, the consciousness of a good action. What return does one get for benefits? Pray tell me what return one gets for righteousness, innocence, magnanimity, chastity, temperance. We Stoics, on the other hand, take pleasure in bestowing benefits even though they cost us labour, provided that they lighten the labours of others, though they lead us into danger, provided that they save others, though they straiten our means, if they alleviate the poverty and distresses of others. What difference does it make to me whether I receive benefits or not? Even if I receive them, it is still my duty to bestow them. A benefit has in view the advantage of him upon whom we bestow it, not our own. Otherwise, we merely bestow it upon ourselves.
Gratitude is a virtue, ingratitude is a vice. We are soft, weak creatures. We may be clever, but on our own we are not a match for most animals, nature, and each other. It is only through union with each other that we are able to provide security and prosperity, and nothing builds union like gratitude or breaks it down more than ingratitude.
A proof that gratitude is desirable for itself lies in the fact that ingratitude is to be avoided for itself, because no vice more powerfully rends asunder and destroys the union of the human race. To what do we trust for safety, if not in mutual good offices one to another? It is by the interchange of benefits alone that we gain some measure of protection for our lives, and of safety against sudden disasters. Taken singly, what should we be? A prey and quarry for wild beasts, a luscious and easy banquet. For while all other animals have sufficient strength to protect themselves, and those which are born to a wandering solitary life are armed, man is covered by a soft skin, has no powerful teeth or claws with which to terrify other creatures, but weak and naked by himself, is made strong by union.
Ingratitude is the seed of much of the other wickedness people get themselves wrapped up in. We should be on high alert against it, because if we can keep it from taking root, we can save ourselves the greater struggle of uprooting some full-grown tree later on. It is also unreasonable, because what you lose when someone does not return your benefit is the lesser part of it. The greater part is the virtuous action you took to help them. That should be more than enough for you, and if you happen to get the material of the benefit back, it is a bonus. There is nothing to be ungrateful about.
There always will be homicides, tyrants, thieves, adulterers, ravishers, sacrilegious, traitors. Worse than all these is the ungrateful man, except we consider that all these crimes flow from ingratitude, without which hardly any great wickedness has ever grown to full stature. Be sure that you guard against this as the greatest of crimes in yourself, but pardon it as the least of crimes in another. For all the injury which you suffer is this: you have lost the subject matter of a benefit, not the benefit itself, for you possess unimpaired the best part of it, in that you have given it.
Seneca's last counsel about ingratitude is that the worst type of ungrateful person is the one who forgets what he has received. With other causes, gratitude might be roused by shame or circumstance, but someone who forgets their benefits has lost them, along with the chance to return them. A Stoic never forgets the benefits they have received.
There are many classes of the ungrateful, as there are of thieves or of homicides, who all have the same fault, though there is a great variety in its various forms. The man is ungrateful who denies that he has received a benefit, who pretends that he has not received it, who does not return it. The most ungrateful man of all is he who forgets it. The others, though they do not repay it, yet feel their debt and possess some traces of worth, though obstructed by their bad conscience. They may by some means and at some time be brought to show their gratitude, if, for instance, they be pricked by shame, if they conceive some noble ambition, such as occasionally rises even in the breasts of the wicked, if some easy opportunity of doing so offers. But the man from whom all recollection of the benefit has passed away can never become grateful.
The right way to give. Bestowing benefits seems simple, but is rarely done properly, often dragging ourselves and the people we want to help through unnecessary hardship. We rarely give what we should, and often ruin our gifts with the way we give them or deal with them after they have been given. It is a cause for pity for the whole human race that being helpful is so difficult. Lucky for us, Seneca has a lot of advice for us on this topic. First off, how should we choose people to bestow benefits on? We should prefer people who are likely to be grateful for them over people who are likely to pay them back. We should value people by their hearts alone.
In choosing a fit person, I shall not, as you expect, pay the least attention to whether I am likely to get any return from him, for I choose one who will be grateful, not one who will return my goodness, and it often happens that the man who makes no return is grateful, while he who returns a benefit is ungrateful for it. I value men by their hearts alone, and therefore I shall pass over a rich man if he be unworthy, and give to a good man though he be poor. For he will be grateful however destitute he may be, since whatever he may lose, his heart will still be left him.
What should we give? First what is necessary, then what is useful, then what is pleasant.
The next point to be defined is what kind of benefits are to be given, and in what manner. First let us give what is necessary, next what is useful, and then what is pleasant, provided that they be lasting. We must begin with what is necessary, for those things which support life affect the mind very differently from those which adorn and improve it.
Only give meaningful gifts that are desirable to the receiver. Think about what they need, not what you want to give. Do not give useless gifts or ones that could offend the receiver.
In giving these, we must be careful to make them acceptable, by giving them at the appropriate time, or by giving things which are not common, but such as few people possess, or at any rate, few possess in our times, or again, by giving things in such a manner that, though not naturally valuable, they become so by the time and place at which they are given. We must reflect what present will produce the most pleasure, what will most frequently come under the notice of the possessor of it, so that whenever he is with it, he may be with us also. And in all cases we must be careful not to send useless presents, such as hunting weapons to a woman or old man, or books to a rustic, or nets to catch wild animals to a quiet literary man. On the other hand, we ought to be careful, while we wish to send what will please, that we do not send what will insultingly remind our friends of their failings, as for example if we send wine to a hard drinker, or drugs to an invalid, for a present which contains an allusion to the shortcomings of the receiver becomes an outrage.
We should anticipate our friends' needs and offer them without being asked. It is a great kindness to spare our friends the embarrassment of asking for help, which we would happily grant if they did.
The best thing of all is to anticipate a person's wishes, the next to follow them. The former is the better course, to be beforehand with our friends by giving them what they want before they ask us for it. For the value of a gift is much enhanced by sparing an honest man the misery of asking for it with confusion and blushes.
When our friends ask for help, we should agree immediately. So while we failed to anticipate their needs, we show that we at least had the intention.
If we do not succeed in anticipating our friends, let us at any rate cut them short when they ask us for anything, so that we may appear to be reminded of what we meant to do, rather than to have been asked to do it. Let us assent at once, and by our promptness make it appear that we meant to do so even before we were solicited.
We ought to give a benefit in the way which makes it most useful to the receiver. If it grows by being widely known, we should give it publicly. If the help we are giving could bring shame if known, then we should offer it privately and never speak of it after.
Accordingly, all writers on ethical philosophy tell us that some benefits ought to be given in secret, others in public. Those things which it is glorious to receive, such as military decorations or public offices, and whatever else, gains in value the more widely it is known, should be conferred in public. On the other hand, when they do not promote a man or add to his social standing, but help him when in weakness, in want, or in disgrace, they should be given silently, and so as to be known only to those who profit by them.
We should give anonymously, if that leads to greater benefit to the receiver.
Sometimes, even the person who is assisted must be deceived, in order that he may receive our bounty without knowing the source from whence it flows.
Give generously, and then try to forget what you have given. This saves you from spoiling your gifts by acting like a creditor and prepares you properly to feel the joy of a returned benefit.
The best man is he who gives readily, never asks for any return, and is delighted when the return is made, because having really and truly forgotten what he gave, he receives it as though it were a present.
We should not bring up past benefits with their receivers. The best way to remind a person to be grateful is to give them something new to feel grateful for. Only the receiver of a benefit should talk about it.
We ought not to speak of the benefits which we have conferred. To remind men of them is to ask them to return them. We should not obtrude them or recall the memory of them. You should only remind a man of what you have given him by giving him something else. We ought not even to tell others of our good deeds. He who confers a benefit should be silent. It should be told by the receiver.
If we wish to see our benefits returned, then what we really wish for is the thriving of the person we are bestowing them on. We must nurture them and bestow more benefits so that they grow to their full potential and become the type of person who returns benefits to us, thereby providing joy and security to us both. We must love them.
If the farmer ceases his labours after he has put in the seed, he will lose what he has sown. It is only by great pains that seeds are brought to yield a crop. No plant will bear fruit unless it be tended with equal care from first to last, and the same rule is true of benefits. Can any benefits be greater than those which children receive from their parents? Yet these benefits are useless if they be deserted while young, if the pious care of the parents does not for a long time watch over the gift which they have bestowed. So it is with other benefits. Unless you help them, you will lose them. To give is not enough. You must foster what you have given. If you wish those whom you lay under an obligation to be grateful to you, you must not merely confer benefits upon them, but you must also love them.
Do not give things which hurt the receiver or lead them down a bad path, even if they ask for them. It is your responsibility to think through the consequences of your benefit and make sure they do not let your friends bring evil upon themselves. Even if they beg or become angry or curse you. If you love them, you will benefit them by rejecting their request and bearing the consequences. It is not love, but hatred to do otherwise.
We ought to look at the end of our benefits as well as the beginning, and not merely to give what men are glad to receive, but what they will hereafter be glad to have received. There are many who say, I know that this will do him no good, but what am I to do? He begs for it. I cannot withstand his entreaties. Let him see to it. He will blame himself, not me. Not so, you he will blame, and deservedly. When he comes to his right mind, when the frenzy which now excites him has left him, how can he help hating the man who has assisted him to harm and to endanger himself? It is a cruel kindness to allow oneself to be won over into granting that which injures those who beg for it. Just as it is the noblest of acts to save men from harm against their will, so it is but hatred under the mask of civility to grant what is harmful to those who ask for it. Let us confer benefits of such a kind, that the more they are made use of, the better they please, and which never can turn into injuries. I never will give money to a man if I know that he will pay it to an adulteress, nor will I be found in connection with any wicked act or plan. If possible, I will restrain men from crime. If not, at least I will never assist them in it. Whether my friend be driven into doing wrong by anger, or seduced from the path of safety by the heat of ambition, he shall never gain the means of doing mischief except from himself, nor will I enable him one day to say, he ruined me out of love for me.
In this chapter, we have explored Seneca's insights on the nature and practice of giving benefits. Seneca teaches us that the true value of a benefit lies not in the material gift itself, but in the spirit with which it is given. This critical distinction shifts our focus from the external, tangible aspects of giving to the intangible qualities of goodwill and benevolence. Seneca emphasizes that the significance of a benefit is greatly influenced by how it is given, considering the timing, the manner of giving, and the specific needs of the recipient. We are encouraged to be proactive in understanding and anticipating the needs of others, to give selflessly without the expectation of a return, and to choose recipients based on their character rather than their capacity to repay. This approach promotes a culture of generosity and gratitude, strengthening the social bonds that are essential for a cohesive society. Seneca's teachings urge us to view the act of giving as an art that requires thoughtfulness, empathy, and a nuanced understanding of human relationships. By embracing this art, we not only enhance the lives of others, but also cultivate our own moral growth and inner tranquility.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 9. The Right Way to Receive and Return. In his essay on benefits, Seneca provides a guide for cultivating strong and meaningful relationships with those we care about. This involves not only giving thoughtfully, as discussed in Chapter 8, but also receiving and reciprocating appropriately. This latter aspect is essential as it completes the cycle of generosity and builds the bonds of union that provide us with security and peace of mind. Gratitude repays goodness. The right way to accept a benefit from a good person is with gratitude, which repays their goodness towards us. If we also received a material benefit, it is appropriate to return that if we can. But the greater part of our debt is paid by keeping the benefit in our mind along with our intention to repay. As Seneca explains,
that benefit which consists of the action is repaid when we receive it graciously. That other, which consists of something material, we have not then repaid, but we hope to do so. The debt of goodwill has been discharged by a return of goodwill. The material debt demands a material return. Thus, although we may declare that he who has received a benefit with goodwill has returned the favour, yet we counsel him to return to the giver something of the same kind as that which he has received. Some part of what we have said departs from the conventional line of thought and then rejoins it by another path. We declare that a wise man cannot receive an injury. Yet, if a man hits him with his fist, that man will be found guilty of doing him an injury. We declare that a fool can possess nothing. Yet if a man stole anything from a fool, we should find that man guilty of theft. We declare that all men are mad, yet we do not dose all men with hellebore, but we put into the hands of these very persons, whom we call madmen, both the right of voting and of pronouncing judgment. Similarly, we say that a man who has received a benefit with goodwill has returned the favor, yet we leave him in debt nevertheless, bound to repay it, even though he has repaid it. This is not to disown benefits, but is an encouragement to us neither to fear to receive benefits, nor to faint under the too great burden of them. Good things have been given to me. I have been preserved from starving. I have been saved from the misery of abject poverty. My life, and what is dearer than life, my liberty, has been preserved. How shall I be able to repay these favors? When will the day come upon which I can prove my gratitude to him? When a man speaks thus, the day has already come. Receive a benefit, embrace it, rejoice, not that you have received it, but that you have to owe it and return it. Then you will never be in peril of the great sin of being rendered ungrateful by mischance.
To give and receive are both noble, but to owe is the more difficult part. We ought to bear it happily, though, and cherish the benefits we received, returning them only at the right time. To do so hastily shows us to be too eager to free ourselves of our friendly obligation, as being too slow shows a lack of value for it.
Those persons are much mistaken who regard it as a proof of a great mind to make offers to give, and to fill many men's pockets and houses with their presents. For sometimes these are due not to a great mind, but to a great fortune. They do not know how far more great and more difficult it sometimes is to receive than to lavish gifts. I must disparage neither act. It is as proper to a noble heart to owe as to receive, for both are of equal value when done virtuously. Indeed, to owe is the more difficult, because it requires more pains to keep a thing safe than to give it away. We ought not, therefore, to be in a hurry to repay, nor need we seek to do so out of due season, for to hasten to make repayment at the wrong time is as bad as to be slow to do so at the right time. My benefactor has entrusted his bounty to me. I ought not to have any fears either on his behalf or on my own. He has a sufficient security. He cannot lose it except he loses me. Nay, not even if he loses me. I have returned thanks to him for it, that is, I have requited him. He who thinks too much about repaying a benefit must suppose that his friend thinks too much about receiving repayment. Make no difficulty about either course. If he wishes to receive his benefit back again, let us return it cheerfully. If he prefers to leave it in our hands, why should we dig up his treasure? Why should we decline to be its guardians? He deserves to be allowed to do whichever he pleases.
Seneca offers some last advice on receiving, in regard to receiving gifts from bad men. If the giver is truly wicked, then no gift could be a benefit, and no repayment could be owed. But if the giver is just an ordinary bad man, benefits received from him should be returned, but not granted.
As for the ordinary bad man whom I can find in the marketplace of any town, who is feared only by individuals, I would return to him a benefit which I had received from him. It is not right that I should profit by his wickedness. Let me return what is not mine to its owner. Whether he be good or bad makes no difference. But I would consider the matter most carefully, if I were not returning but bestowing it.
Be grateful to God. Now that we have covered how to receive benefits from others, let us turn our attention to the gifts bestowed upon us by nature. Is our very existence in a world seemingly crafted for our needs, graced with the warmth of the sun, the guidance of the stars, and an abundance of food, beauty, and art, not in itself a profound benefit? Indeed, it is a remarkable gift, one that invites us to reflect on the generosity of existence and our place within it.
If anyone gave you a few acres, you would say that you had received a benefit. Can you deny that the boundless extent of the earth is a benefit? If anyone gave you money and filled your chest, since you think that's so important, you would call that a benefit. God has buried countless mines in the earth, has poured out from the earth countless rivers, rolling sands of gold. He has concealed in every place huge masses of silver, copper, and iron, and has bestowed upon you the means of discovering them, placing upon the surface of the earth signs of the treasures hidden below. And yet, do you say that you have received no benefit? If a house were given you, bright with marble, its roof beautifully painted with colors and gilding, you would call it no small benefit. God has built for you a huge mansion that fears no fire or ruin, in which you see no flimsy veneers, thinner than the very saw with which they are cut, but vast blocks of most precious stone, all composed of those various and different substances whose paltriest fragments you admire so much. He has built a roof which glitters in one fashion by day and in another by night. And yet do you say that you have received no benefit?
In discussing the concept of God, Seneca presents a definition that is so inclusive it could resonate even with a modern atheist. He suggests that if we equate God with nature, or as the initial cause in a connected chain of causes, then God essentially becomes the boundary of our understanding. In contemporary terms, God might be likened to the moment just before the Big Bang, a mysterious, unexplained event that eventually led to our existence in this beautiful world. Consider this analogy. If you were in an accident and your life was saved by an anonymous stranger, you would likely feel a profound sense of gratitude, even without knowing the identity of your benefactor. In a similar vein, the mere fact of our existence, which is a greater gift than being saved from peril, warrants a deep sense of gratitude. The wise person should respond to the gift of existence as they would to any anonymous benefit, with heartfelt appreciation and by cherishing the gift itself. This approach fosters a sense of connectedness and gratitude towards the larger forces at play in the universe, regardless of our ability to fully comprehend or identify them.
Nature, says my opponent, gives me all this. Do you not perceive when you say this that you merely speak of God under another name? For what is nature but God and divine reason, which pervades the universe and all its parts? You may address the author of our world by as many different titles as you please. You may rightly call him Jupiter, best and greatest, and the Thunderer, or the Stayer, so called, not because, as the historians tell us, he stayed the flight of the Roman army in answer to the prayer of Romulus, but because all things continue in their stay through his goodness. If you were to call this same personage Fate, you would not lie. For since fate is nothing more than a connected chain of causes, he is the first cause of all upon which all the rest depend. You will also be right in applying to him any names that you please which express supernatural strength and power. He may have as many titles as he has attributes.
How to deal with ingratitude. If we lived in a world full of Stoic sages, we would never need to remind anyone to return a benefit, and could wait patiently as they were all returned at the perfect time. Unfortunately, we live in a world with no Stoic sages, so we will sometimes find it necessary and proper to remind our friends of our gifts, so that they are not made ungrateful by lack of knowledge or inattention.
To awaken some men, it is only necessary to stir them, not to strike them. In like manner, with some men, the feeling of honor about returning a benefit is not extinct, but slumbering. Let us rouse it. Do not, they will say, make the kindness you have done me into a wrong, for it is a wrong, if you do not demand some return from me, and so make me ungrateful. What if I do not know what sort of repayment you wish for? If I am so occupied by business, and my attention is so much diverted to other subjects that I have not been able to watch for an opportunity of serving you, point out to me what I can do for you, what you wish me to do. Why do you despair before making a trial of me? Why are you in such haste to lose both your benefit and your friend? How can you tell whether I do not wish or whether I do not know how to repay you? Whether it be in intention or in opportunity that I am wanting, make a trial of me. I would therefore remind him of what I had done, without bitterness, not in public or in a reproachful manner, but so that he may think that he himself has remembered it, rather than that it has been recalled to him.
Even if we are unsuccessful in rousing our friends' honourable feelings, we must bear it magnanimously. Our friends are externals and outside of our control, so disturbing our tranquility of mind because of their unwise actions only makes us both into fools.
But, says our adversary, suppose that we gain nothing by this. Suppose that he pretends that he has forgotten it. What ought I to do? You now ask a very necessary question, and one which fitly concludes this branch of the subject, how, namely, one ought to bear with the ungrateful. I answer calmly, gently, magnanimously. Never let anyone's discourtesy, forgetfulness, or ingratitude enrage you so much that you do not feel any pleasure at having bestowed a benefit upon him. Never let your wrongs drive you into saying, I wish I had not done it.
While it is a serious vice, disturbing our tranquility over ingratitude is as unreasonable as being upset at people for all their other universal failings. It is the nature of the human condition that we are born bad and then struggle to become good. Instead of prosecuting the ingratitude of another, we ought to plead for universal amnesty, for we ourselves are only better than the worst by a few degrees.
If you are indignant at men being ungrateful, you ought also to be indignant at their being luxurious, avaricious, and lustful. You might as well be indignant with sick men for being ugly, or with old men for being pale. It is indeed a serious vice, it is not to be borne, and sets men at variance with one another. Nay, it rends and destroys that union by which alone our human weakness can be supported. Yet it is so absolutely universal that even those who complain of it most are not themselves free from it. If you carefully examine yourself, perhaps you will find the vice of which you complain in your own bosom. You are wrong in being angry with a universal failing, and foolish also, for it is your own as well. You must pardon others, that you may yourself be acquitted. You will make your friend a better man by bearing with him. You will in all cases make him a worse one by reproaching him.
The utility of exaggeration. Near the end of On Benefits, Seneca makes a quick point to address the usefulness of exaggerations he has made throughout the text. It is important that we not take the maxims literally and let them lead us astray, and that we understand the reasons behind them.
When you distrust those whom you order to do anything, you ought to command them to do more than enough in order that they may do what is enough. The purpose of all exaggeration is to arrive at the truth by falsehood. Consequently, he who spoke of horses as being whiter than snows and swifter than the winds said what could not possibly be in order that they might be thought to be as much so as possible. And he who said, more firm than crags, more headlong than the stream, did not suppose that he should make anyone believe that a man could ever be as firm as a crag. Exaggeration never hopes all its daring flights to be believed, but affirms what is incredible, that thereby it may convey what is credible. When we say, let the man who has bestowed a benefit forget it, what we mean is, let him be as though he had forgotten it. Let not his remembrance of it appear or be seen. When we say that repayment of a benefit ought not to be demanded, we do not utterly forbid its being demanded, for repayment must often be extorted from bad men, and even good men require to be reminded of it. Am I not to point out a means of repayment to one who does not perceive it? Am I not to explain my wants to one who does not know them? Why should he, if a bad man, have the excuse, or, if a good man, have the sorrow of not knowing them? Men ought sometimes to be reminded of their debts, though with modesty, not in the tone of one demanding a legal right.
The ball game. Now that we have discussed the right way for a Stoic to give and receive, how do we keep all these guidelines in our mind and actually put them into practice in real life? For this, we have the ball game.
I wish to use Chrysippus's simile of the game of ball, in which the ball must certainly fall by the fault either of the thrower or of the catcher. It only holds its course when it passes between the hands of two persons who each throw it and catch it suitably. It is necessary, however, for a good player to send the ball in one way to a comrade at a long distance, and in another to one at a short distance. So it is with a benefit. Unless it be suitable both for the giver and the receiver, it will neither leave the one nor reach the other as it ought. If we have to do with a practiced and skilled player, we shall throw the ball more recklessly, for however it may come, that quick and agile hand will send it back again. If we are playing with an unskilled novice, we shall not throw it so hard, but far more gently, guiding it straight into his very hands, and we shall run to meet it when it returns to us. This is just what we ought to do in conferring benefits. Let us teach some men how to do so, and be satisfied if they attempt it, if they have the courage and the will to do so.
If we want to help our friend, because they have made their desires known to us, or even better, if we have discerned them ourselves, then we must do so in a way tailored to them and their specific situation. We need to look at their situation rationally and give them what they need, which might be different from what they want or what we want to give. We should ensure that our help is delivered in a manner they are most likely to accept, making sure they can catch the ball when we throw it. This part is complicated, as many people struggle with receiving help, sometimes being either too eager or too reluctant. Therefore, we should put our full effort into considering our friend's situation and personality, and give the gift in a way that they are least likely to refuse and most likely to be grateful for afterward. We achieve our goal if they receive our assistance, but if they make an effort to return the favor, we must be ready to accept it regardless of its form. This means keeping a vigilant eye out for their attempts, which might be subtle or awkward. The real value lies in their genuine intent to reciprocate, to play the ball game, even if it is not clearly expressed. Our goal should be to continue this game back and forth with greater skill and with more people for our whole lives. Stoic practice. Play the ball game. This is a real-life practice which goes together with the journaling we are already doing. Be on the lookout for benefits to bestow on worthy people. Being in the mindset of, what can I do for people, feels better and makes you act better than you would otherwise. Keep the skill levels of the receiver in mind and make sure the ball is caught and the game is fun. Also, keep in mind the benefits you have received and keep yourself ready to return them if the opportunity presents itself. Try not to miss a chance to anticipate the needs of a friend. At the end of each day, keep track of the benefits you received and those you intend to bestow in your journal. Think creatively about how you can repay the kindnesses you have been shown, and stay ready so you never miss such an opportunity. Do not keep track of what you have already given, as you should forget if you can. Keep reflecting on how you can improve at giving and receiving. The art of giving and receiving is a lifelong pursuit that lies at the heart of virtuous living and meaningful human connection. By making this our hobby and striving to master it, we cultivate a mindset of generosity, gratitude, and thoughtful reciprocity. The ball game serves as a practical guide, encouraging us to approach each interaction with skill and mindfulness. As we hone our ability to give without expectation, receive with genuine appreciation, and return with careful consideration, we not only enrich our own lives, but contribute to a more harmonious society. Let us commit to becoming experts in this noble art, spreading our knowledge and creating a ripple effect of beneficence. In doing so, we honor the gifts bestowed upon us by nature and our fellow humans, living up to our higher natures and finding fulfillment in the continual, skillful exchange of benefits.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 10. On the Shortness of Life.
I need a stout heart to hear without flinching this din of battle which sounds roundabout, and all would rightly think me mad if, when greybeards and women were heaping up rocks for the fortifications, when the armour-clad youths inside the gates were awaiting, or even demanding, the order for a sally, when the spears of the foemen were quivering in our gates, and the very ground was rocking with mines and subterranean passages. I say, they would rightly think me mad if I were to sit idle, putting such petty poses as this. What you have not lost, you have. But you have not lost any horns. Therefore you have horns, or other tricks constructed after the model of this piece of sheer silliness, and yet I may well seem in your eyes no less mad if I spend my energies on that sort of thing, for even now I am in a state of siege, and yet, in the former case, it would be merely a peril from the outside that threatened me, and a wall that sundered me from the foe. As it is now, death-dealing perils are in my very presence. I have no time for such nonsense. A mighty undertaking is on my hands. What am I to do? Death is on my trail, and life is fleeting away. Teach me something with which to face these troubles. Bring it to pass that I shall cease trying to escape from death, and that life may cease to escape from me. Give me courage to meet hardships. Make me calm in the face of the unavoidable. Relax the straitened limits of the time which is allotted me. Show me that the good in life does not depend upon life's length, but upon the use we make of it. Also, that it is possible, or rather usual, for a man who has lived long to have lived too little. Say to me when I lie down to sleep, you may not wake again, and when I have waked, you may not go to sleep again. Say to me when I go forth from my house, you may not return, and when I return, you may never go forth again. You are mistaken if you think that only on an ocean voyage there is a very slight space between life and death. No, the distance between is just as narrow everywhere. It is not everywhere that death shows himself so near at hand, yet everywhere he is as near at hand.
We all seem to think that we will live forever. People have been told that they will die. They have seen others die, have no proof anyone has ever escaped death, but still show through their actions that they have no doubt that they will be the first to live forever. It is one of our shared madnesses. We do this because we fear death, even though it is an external and as natural an event as birth. We did not fear birth because we were nothing before being born. We should not fear death because we become nothing after we die. Why should we fear something which puts us beyond the reach of any harm or any need? We fear death because we have not yet learned how to live properly. Once we do, we will realize that how we live, not for how long we live, is what truly matters. We make our lives long or short by how we use our time. A life of limited years spent wisely, possessing tranquility of mind, living in accordance with nature, is infinitely preferable to a long one wasted by a fool. We must realize this and start out for the good life with all haste. We must set out at this very moment. We have already wasted much of the day and have a long and arduous journey to make before nightfall.
It is not that we have a short space of time, but that we waste much of it. Life is long enough, and it has been given in sufficiently generous measure to allow the accomplishment of the very greatest things if the whole of it is well invested. But when it is squandered in luxury and carelessness, when it is devoted to no good end, forced at last by the ultimate necessity, we perceive that it has passed away before we were aware that it was passing. So it is. The life we receive is not short, but we make it so, nor do we have any lack of it, but are wasteful of it. Just as great and princely wealth is scattered in a moment when it comes into the hands of a bad owner, while wealth, however limited, if it is entrusted to a good guardian, increases by use, so our life is amply long for him who orders it properly.
We waste ourselves in so many ways, and prioritize the wasting, sacrificing everything else for it. We are possessed by greed, lust, ambition, or nihilism. We chase after our own achievement, or spend ourselves supporting the achievement of others. We are made anxious by both success and failure. We do all of this without doing the most important things first. We must learn the fundamentals of life.
Why do we complain of nature? She has shown herself kindly. Life, if you know how to use it, is long. But one man is possessed by an avarice that is insatiable, another by a toilsome devotion to tasks that are useless. One man is besotted with wine, another is paralyzed by sloth. One man is exhausted by an ambition that always hangs upon the decision of others. Another, driven on by the greed of the trader, is led over all lands and all seas by the hope of gain. Some are tormented by a passion for war, and are always either bent upon inflicting danger upon others or concerned about their own. Some there are who are worn out by voluntary servitude in a thankless attendance upon the great. Many are kept busy either in the pursuit of other men's fortune or in complaining of their own. Many, following no fixed aim, shifting and inconstant and dissatisfied, are plunged by their fickleness into plans that are ever new. Some have no fixed principle by which to direct their course, but fate takes them unawares while they loll and yawn. So surely does it happen that I cannot doubt the truth of that utterance which the greatest of poets delivered with all the seeming of an oracle. The part of life we really live is small.
We waste our lives because we are confused about what is actually valuable. We value money and land, which are worthless, but waste time, which is the only thing we own. Land and money come and go with the whim of fortune, but time can never be regained when lost or repaid when given. We are prone to so freely dispose of our time that even those who live 100 years will have wasted almost every day and every hour of it.
Though all the brilliant intellects of the ages were to concentrate upon this one theme, never could they adequately express their wonder at this dense darkness of the human mind. Men do not suffer anyone to seize their estates, and they rush to stones and arms. If there is even the slightest dispute about the limit of their lands, yet they allow others to trespass upon their life. Nay, they themselves even lead in those who will eventually possess it. No one is to be found who is willing to distribute his money, yet among how many does each one of us distribute his life? In guarding their fortune, men are often close-fisted, yet, when it comes to the matter of wasting time, in the case of the one thing in which it is right to be miserly, they show themselves most prodigal. And so I should like to lay hold upon someone from the company of older men and say, I see that you have reached the farthest limit of human life. You are pressing hard upon your 100th year, or are even beyond it. Come now, recall your life and make a reckoning. Consider how much of your time was taken up with a moneylender, how much with a mistress, how much with a patron, how much with a client, how much in wrangling with your wife, how much in punishing your slaves, how much in rushing about the city on social duties. Add the diseases which we have caused by our own acts. Add, too, the time that has lain idle and unused. You will see that you have fewer years to your credit than you count. Look back in memory and consider when you ever had a fixed plan, how few days have passed as you had intended, when you were ever at your own disposal, when your face ever wore its natural expression, when your mind was ever unperturbed. What work you have achieved in so long a life. How many have robbed you of life when you were not aware of what you were losing? How much was taken up in useless sorrow, in foolish joy, in greedy desire, in the allurements of society? How little of yourself was left to you? You will perceive that you are dying before your season.
What should we spend our precious time on then? On learning to live and learning to die. What does that look like in practice? Commit to becoming wise and learning philosophy. Spend your time with the wise who will teach you, not distracting yourself with politics or social media or porn. Detach yourself from the parts of life that do not matter, and replace them with the things that matter the most. Do philosophy first. Make it your priority, for without it, you have little hope of doing the rest of your life properly. We are far behind in our studies, and our final exam could be at any moment. Luckily for us, fortune has chosen to make all the wisdom of the ages available to us, and given us many wise people to take as teachers, if only we get our priorities straight.
Of all men, they alone are at leisure who take time for philosophy. They alone really live. For they are not content to be good guardians of their own lifetime only. They annex every age to their own. All the years that have gone before them are an addition to their store. Unless we are most ungrateful, all those men, glorious fashioners of holy thoughts, were born for us. For us, they have prepared a way of life. By other men's labours, we are led to the sight of things most beautiful that have been wrested from darkness and brought into light. From no age are we shut out. We have access to all ages. And if it is our wish, by greatness of mind, to pass beyond the narrow limits of human weakness, there is a great stretch of time through which we may roam. We may argue with Socrates, we may doubt with Carneades, find peace with Epicurus, overcome human nature with the Stoics, exceed it with the Cynics. Since nature allows us to enter into fellowship with every age, why should we not turn from this paltry and fleeting span of time and surrender ourselves with all our soul to the past, which is boundless, which is eternal, which we share with our betters?
Avoid unwholesome things. Another useful way to think about this is through the concept of wholesome and unwholesome things and places.
For just as pestilential places assail even the strongest constitution, so there are some places which are also unwholesome for a healthy mind which is not yet quite sound, though recovering from its ailment. I disagree with those who strike out into the midst of the billows and, welcoming a stormy existence, wrestle daily in hardihood of soul with life's problems. The wise man will endure all that, but will not choose it. He will prefer to be at peace rather than at war. It helps little to have cast out your own faults if you must quarrel with those of others.
We are just starting down the road of recovery, so it is important to be aware of the many distractions and temptations that surround us. To stay on this path, we must avoid environments and individuals that might, whether intentionally or not, lure us away from our virtuous goals. This includes being selective about the information we consume. Much of what is found in books, sports, television, and particularly in the realms of social media, politics, and pornography, is designed to stir our passions and distract us from meaningful contemplation. Thinking about death.
Do you, however, always think on death in order that you may never fear it?
The fear of our own death is the ultimate power that fortune holds over us. It is our only real adversary. If we rise to its challenge and conquer it, we will free ourselves from the problems of life. And if we do not, we will never truly find freedom, no matter what else we do. To the Stoics, if the threat of death or of being killed prevents you from doing what you know is right, you are not free.
Think on death. In saying this, he bids us think on freedom. He who has learned to die has unlearned slavery. He is above any external power, or, at any rate, he is beyond it. What terrors have prisons and bonds and bars for him? His way out is clear. There is only one chain which binds us to life, and that is the love of life. The chain may not be cast off, but it may be rubbed away, so that when necessity shall demand, nothing may retard or hinder us from being ready to do at once that which at some time we are bound to do.
Too strong a love of life compromises our values, and courage towards death fortifies them. There are many things we ought not do even under mortal threat, but that we will if we incorrectly value our living over our living well. We ought not kill, betray, bear false witness, or sacrifice our freedom. We should walk the path of virtue, even onto the gallows. Seneca himself, facing arrest and persecution by his former student, the Emperor Nero, calmly took his own life instead of being tortured to death. We are unlikely to face torture at the hands of a mad emperor, but we are all likely to face some similar choice under the assault of disease or disability. Knowing that we possess the courage to escape this life when it becomes unreasonable to continue living is the key to real freedom. We must remember not only that our lives could end today, but that the lives of our family and friends could as well. Fortune is a monster and will seek to bring down the person who has escaped her power by assaulting their loved ones. We must show the same courage with others as we do with ourselves, which can be an even greater challenge.
Therefore, let us continually think as much about our own mortality as about that of all those we love. In former days I ought to have said, "My friend Serenus is younger than I, but what does that matter? He would naturally die after me, but he may precede me." It was just because I did not do this that I was unprepared when fortune dealt me the sudden blow. Now is the time for you to reflect, not only that all things are mortal, but also that their mortality is subject to no fixed law. Whatever can happen at any time can happen today.
Stoic practice. Not even the next hour is guaranteed. In addition to fortifying us against the worst that can happen to ourselves and our loved ones, thinking about death has another important function to the Stoic. It reminds us that this very hour could be our last.
We cannot reckon on tonight, nay, I have allowed too long a delay. We cannot reckon on this hour.
By contemplating and remembering that not even the next hour is guaranteed, we can learn to stop wasting our lives. We should try to remember this at all times, so we can manage to think of it a few times each day. The things we are doing at this moment could be some of the last things we ever do. Make sure you spend these moments well. Do not waste them distracted by something unimportant or frustrated about something outside your control. Practice philosophy now. Be wise and good and kind now. Possess tranquility of mind now. Try to make this last hour the most virtuously beautiful hour of your life, and then, if fortune sees fit to lend you another, try to live that one even better. That is how a Stoic builds the best life possible. Focusing on the next hour rather than a longer period of time is vital, because its brevity compels us to apply the dichotomy of control in this moment, concentrating solely on what lies within our power here and now. Longer intervals like a month, a week, or even a day offer too much leeway. In such a short span as an hour, we do not have the luxury to organize our affairs, express our deepest feelings to loved ones, or indulge in bucket list fantasies. Our only option is to practice wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance in our current situation, with the people around us, and in our thoughts right now. We must therefore confront the shortness of life with the same courage with which we face the inevitability of death. Stoicism exhorts us to reclaim our time, not by prolonging life, but by making every moment count. It is not the number of our years that defines the worth of our existence, but the virtue and wisdom with which we live them. By embracing the reality of death, we free ourselves from the trivial pursuits and anxieties that might otherwise consume our days. We are reminded that life, when lived with purpose and mindfulness, is ample and fulfilling. Let us, then, prioritize what truly matters: the pursuit of wisdom, the cultivation of virtue, and the steadfast resolve to live each day as if it were our last.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 11. The Happy Life.
All men, Brother Gallio, wish to live happily, but are dull at perceiving exactly what it is that makes life happy. And so far is it from being easy to attain to happiness that the more eagerly a man struggles to reach it, the further he departs from it, if he takes the wrong road. For, since this leads in the opposite direction, his very swiftness carries him all the further away. We must therefore first define clearly what it is at which we aim. Next, we must consider by what path we may most speedily reach it. For on our journey itself, provided it be made in the right direction, we shall learn how much progress we have made each day, and how much nearer we are to the goal towards which our natural desires urge us. But as long as we wander at random, not following any guide except the shouts and discordant clamours of those who invite us to proceed in different directions, our short life will be wasted in useless roamings, even if we labour both day and night to get a good understanding. Let us not, therefore, decide whither we must tend and by what path, without the advice of some experienced person who has explored the region which we are about to enter, because this journey is not subject to the same conditions as others. For in them, some distinctly understood track and inquiries made of the natives make it impossible for us to go wrong. But here the most beaten and frequented tracks are those which lead us most astray. Nothing, therefore, is more important than that we should not, like sheep, follow the flock that has gone before us, and thus proceed not whither we ought, but whither the rest are going.
When it all comes together, what is the life of the Stoic supposed to look like? A grim one of despising fate and courageously enduring hardship? Sometimes, but that is not all. By not following the crowd and choosing a more strenuous path in life, the Stoic should actually wind up the happiest person.
When we are considering a happy life, you cannot answer me as though, after a division of the house, this view has most supporters, because for that very reason it is the worse of the two. Matters do not stand so well with mankind that the majority should prefer the better course. The more people do a thing, the worse it is likely to be. Let us therefore inquire, not what is most commonly done, but what is best for us to do, and what will establish us in the possession of undying happiness, not what is approved of by the vulgar, the worst possible exponents of truth.
So what is that best life that will lead us to virtue and its byproduct, happiness? It is putting the whole system together. It is making philosophy your priority every day and struggling uphill against vice. It means keeping the dichotomy of control always in your mind and living with wisdom. It means going among the people of the world like they are your extended family. It means refusing to be apart from virtue. The byproduct of living this way is a high happiness, which comes from being free from fear and want, while being properly connected to the people around you and the world, and keeping your mind focused on wholesome things.
Thus, it will come to the same thing if I say, the highest good is a mind which despises the accidents of fortune and takes pleasure in virtue. Or, it is an unconquerable strength of mind, knowing the world well, gentle in its dealings, showing great courtesy and consideration for those with whom it is brought into contact. Or we may choose to define it by calling that man happy who knows good and bad only in the form of good or bad minds, who worships honour and is satisfied with his own virtue, who is neither puffed up by good fortune nor cast down by evil fortune, who knows no other good than that which he is able to bestow upon himself, whose real pleasure lies in despising pleasures. If you choose to pursue this digression further, you can put this same idea into many other forms without impairing or weakening its meaning. For what prevents our saying that a happy life consists in a mind which is free, upright, undaunted and steadfast, beyond the influence of fear or desire, which thinks nothing good except honor and nothing bad except shame, and regards everything else as a mass of mean details which can neither add anything to nor take anything away from the happiness of life, but which come and go without either increasing or diminishing the highest good. A man of these principles, whether he will or no, must be accompanied by a continual cheerfulness, a high happiness, which comes indeed from on high, because he delights in what he has, and desires no greater pleasures than those which his home affords. Is he not right in allowing these to turn the scale against petty, ridiculous, and short-lived movements of his wretched body? On the day on which he becomes proof against pleasure, he also becomes proof against pain. See, on the other hand, how evil and guilty a slavery the man is forced to serve who is dominated in turn by pleasures and pains, those most untrustworthy and passionate of masters. We must, therefore, escape from them into freedom. This nothing will bestow upon us save contempt of fortune. But if we attain to this, then there will dawn upon us those invaluable blessings, the repose of a mind that is at rest in a safe haven, its lofty imaginings, its great and steady delight at casting out errors and learning to know the truth, its courtesy and its cheerfulness, in all of which we shall take delight, not regarding them as good things, but as proceeding from the proper good of man.
It is important to note that this happiness of the Stoic comes in opposition to pleasure, not in embracing it. Pleasure depends on fortune, which makes it the opposite of secure. The happiness of the Stoic is built on the unshakable foundation of virtue alone.
Why do you put together two things which are unlike and even incompatible one with another? Virtue is a lofty quality, sublime, royal, unconquerable, untiring. Pleasure is low, slavish, weakly, perishable. Its haunts and homes are the brothel and the tavern. You will meet virtue in the temple, the marketplace, the senate house, manning the walls, covered with dust, sunburnt, horny-handed. You will find pleasure skulking out of sight, seeking for shady nooks at the public baths, hot chambers and places which dread the visits of the aedile, soft, effeminate, reeking of wine and perfumes, pale or perhaps painted and made up with cosmetics. The highest good is immortal, it knows no ending and does not admit of either satiety or regret, for a right-thinking mind never alters or becomes hateful to itself, nor do the best things ever undergo any change. But pleasure dies at the very moment when it charms us most. It has no great scope, and therefore it soon cloys and wearies us, and fades away as soon as its first impulse is over. Indeed, we cannot depend upon anything whose nature is to change.
The Stoic does not practice philosophy to obtain happiness, but to pursue virtue alone. She is a jealous lover who will not permit rivals for her affection. Happiness comes as a byproduct of virtue, as a blessing bestowed upon those who gain her favor. It only works in that direction. The intentions of the practitioner are of crucial importance here, so it cannot be faked or obtained through shortcuts. You will be happy, but only after you become good. If you try to pursue happiness itself, you will neither be happy nor good.
But, says our adversary, you yourself only practice virtue because you hope to obtain some pleasure from it. In the first place, even though virtue may afford us pleasure, still we do not seek after her on that account, for she does not bestow this but bestows this to boot. Nor is this the end for which she labours, but her labour wins this also, although it be directed to another end. As in a tilled field when ploughed for corn, some flowers are found amongst it, and yet, though these posies may charm the eye, all this labour was not spent in order to produce them. The man who sowed the field had another object in view. He gained this over and above it. So pleasure is not the reward or the cause of virtue, but comes in addition to it. Nor do we choose virtue because she gives us pleasure, but she gives us pleasure also if we choose her. The highest good lies in the act of choosing her, and in the attitude of the noblest minds, which when once it has fulfilled its function and established itself within its own limits, has attained to the highest good and needs nothing more. For there is nothing outside of the whole any more than there is anything beyond the end. You are mistaken, therefore, when you ask me what it is on account of which I seek after virtue, for you are seeking for something above the highest. Do you ask what I seek from virtue? I answer herself, for she has nothing better. She is her own reward. Does this not appear great enough when I tell you that the highest good is an unyielding strength of mind, wisdom, magnanimity, sound judgment, freedom, harmony, beauty? Do you still ask me for something greater, of which these may be regarded as the attributes? Why do you talk of pleasures to me? I am seeking to find what is good for man, not for his belly. Why, cattle and whales have larger ones than he.
How to deal with critics. Seneca takes some time to prepare us for the pushback we will face once we start down this different path. To become good, one must necessarily live in hypocrisy at the start, knowing how one should live without actually being able to live that way, which is likely to draw the bitter attention of those who will be threatened by your desire to improve. Bad men want no one to be good.
You talk one way, objects our adversary, and live another. You most spiteful of creatures, you who always show the bitterest hatred to the best of men. This reproach was flung at Plato, at Epictetus, at Zeno. For all these declared how they ought to live, not how they did live. I speak of virtue, not of myself, and when I blame vices, I blame my own first of all. When I have the power, I shall live as I ought to do. Spite, however deeply steeped in venom, shall not keep me back from what is best. That poison itself with which you bespatter others, with which you choke yourselves, shall not hinder me from continuing to praise that life which I do not indeed lead, but which I know I ought to lead, from loving virtue and from following after her, albeit a long way behind her, and with halting gait.
Seneca continues, reminding us not to be too hard on ourselves either. We ought to speak boldly and then strive to live up to our bold words. We will not be able to do it right away, or even after a long effort, but that must not prevent us from aiming for the right target.
You have therefore no grounds for misunderstanding the honourable, brave, and spirited language which you hear from those who are studying wisdom. And first of all observe this, that a student of wisdom is not the same thing as a man who has made himself perfect in wisdom. The former will say to you, in my talk I express the most admirable sentiments, yet I am still weltering amid countless ills. You must not force me to act up to my rules. At the present time I am forming myself, moulding my character and striving to rise myself to the height of a great example. If I should ever succeed in carrying out all that I have set myself to accomplish, you may then demand that my words and deeds should correspond.
The great and virtuous goals we pursue render the criticism of others moot. It is noble to strive for these ideals, even in our flawed and debauched state. We can rise to the challenges of fortune and our times if we set our sights on the firmament and never give up on making progress. How much could we achieve if we only did all we could? And if we fail while attempting a grand adventure. We die doing something truly worth dying for.
It is the act of a generous spirit to proportion its efforts, not to its own strength, but to that of human nature, to entertain lofty aims, and to conceive plans which are too vast to be carried into execution even by those who are endowed with gigantic intellects, who appoint for themselves the following rules. I will look upon death or upon a comedy with the same expression of countenance. I will submit to labours, however great they may be, supporting the strength of my body by that of my mind. I will despise riches when I have them as much as when I have them not. If they be elsewhere, I will not be more gloomy. If they sparkle around me, I will not be more lively than I should otherwise be. Whether fortune comes or goes, I will take no notice of her. I will view all lands as though they belong to me, and my own as though they belong to all mankind. I will so live as to remember that I was born for others, and will thank nature on this account, for in what fashion could she have done better for me? She has given me alone to all, and all to me alone. Whatever I may possess, I will neither hoard it greedily, nor squander it recklessly. I will think that I have no possessions so real as those which I have given away to deserving people. I will not reckon benefits by their magnitude or number, or by anything except the value, set upon them by the receiver. I never will consider a gift to be a large one if it be bestowed upon a worthy object. I will do nothing because of public opinion, but everything because of conscience. Whenever I do anything alone by myself, I will believe that the eyes of the Roman people are upon me while I do it. In eating and drinking, my object shall be to quench the desires of nature, not to fill and empty my belly. I will be agreeable with my friends, gentle and mild to my foes. I will grant pardon before I'm asked for it, and will meet the wishes of honourable men halfway. I will bear in mind that the world is my native city, that its governors are the gods, and that they stand above and around me, criticizing whatever I do or say. Whenever either nature demands my breath again, or reason bids me dismiss it, I will quit this life, calling all to witness that I have loved a good conscience and good pursuits, that no one's freedom, my own least of all, has been impaired through me. He who sets up these as the rules of his life will soar aloft and strive to make his way to the gods. Of a truth, even though he fails, yet he fails in a high emprise.
The value of a Stoic disposition. Some people are more naturally suited for Stoicism, possessing traits like calmness, discipline, and openness to new perspectives. These qualities can certainly smooth the path towards wisdom. However, it is important to recognize that Stoicism is a journey accessible to all, regardless of one's natural disposition.
Suppose that two buildings have been erected, unlike as to their foundations, but equal in height and in grandeur. One is built on faultless ground, and the process of erection goes right ahead. In the other case, the foundations have exhausted the building materials, for they have been sunk into soft and shifting ground, and much labour has been wasted in reaching the solid rock. As one looks at both of them, one sees clearly what progress the former has made, but the larger and more difficult part of the latter is hidden. So, with men's dispositions, some are pliable and easy to manage, but others have to be laboriously wrought out by hand, so to speak, and are wholly employed in the making of their own foundations. I should accordingly deem more fortunate the man who has never had any trouble with himself, but the other, I feel, has deserved better of himself, who has won a victory over the meanness of his own nature, and has not gently led himself, but has wrestled his way to wisdom.
Historically, many esteemed Stoic figures were not innately virtuous. Cato, for instance, was a drinker. George Washington battled a fiery temper. Seneca himself was one of the most ambitious men in Rome. The value lies not in the absence of personal flaws, but in the relentless effort to overcome them. This struggle against our inherent imperfections only magnifies the nobility of our achievements in Stoicism. Therefore, we should embrace the effort required to fortify our philosophical foundations with pride, not shame. The endeavour to grow wiser, despite our natural tendencies, is a testament to our commitment to personal improvement and the Stoic path. In Of a Happy Life, Seneca lays out a blueprint for Stoic happiness, distinct from the common notions of pleasure and success. This happiness stems from a life committed to virtue, where true joy is found in the pursuit of wisdom, ethical living, and self-mastery. It is about embracing life's challenges with a calm mind, finding joy in our connections with others, and focusing on the things that truly matter. Seneca emphasizes that true contentment comes from within, from a life lived in harmony with our highest principles, not from fleeting external successes or pleasures.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/stoicism. Link in description.
Chapter 12. How to practice Stoicism.
I am not a wise man, and I will not be one in order to feed your spite. So do not require me to be on a level with the best of men, but merely to be better than the worst. I am satisfied if every day I take away something from my vices and correct my faults. I have not arrived at perfect soundness of mind. Indeed, I never shall arrive at it. I compound palliatives rather than remedies for my gout, and am satisfied if it comes at rarer interval and does not shoot so painfully. Compared with your feet, which are lame, I am a racer.
Staring down my 40th birthday, in a process which may or may not have been a midlife crisis, I realized that I really needed a philosophy of life. I grew up in a nice Christian church but stopped believing in God in high school. I was an angry atheist for a while after that, but then I got a little older and realized that without the structure of school or religion, I didn't have anywhere to make friends or feel like I belonged. I tried meetups and got involved with a few community groups, but I never really found the community I was looking for. Over time, it became clear that my search was deeper than just a quest for community. I was grappling with existential questions, confronting nihilism, meaninglessness, and the inevitability of my own pain and death. At that point, Stoicism seemed like the next best thing to try. I think it is hard to live without a philosophy of life. It makes it hard to know if you are a good person, and it makes it hard to know if you are living your life well. It makes it difficult to feel connected to the people around you and in the world, and it leaves you without an answer when that voice in the night whispers that life is meaningless, you are going to die, and all your suffering has been for nothing. Earlier in my life, I struggled with depression and panic attacks, starting in childhood and lasting until about the age of 30, when I finally found relief through the combination of mindfulness meditation and cognitive behavioral therapy. After the fact, I realized that both these things turned out to be fundamental parts of Stoicism. Mindfulness, the ability to focus on the present moment, and CBT, which is effectively the systematized application of the dichotomy of control, which was inspired by Epictetus's quote,
"It is not the things themselves that disturb men, but their judgments about these things."
Finding myself, a decade later, returning again to this same wellspring of wisdom, sparked a question in me. Could the broader claims of Stoicism actually be true? Could a life dedicated to virtue really be the path to true happiness? Could tranquility of mind be real? Either way, I had to know. I think of Stoicism as a lost art. Well-functioning philosophies of life, like the major world religions, are highly complicated social machines. They provide many priceless goods, which we are mostly unable to attain on our own. They contextualize existence in ways which allow for the experience of meaning and purpose in life. They provide moral frameworks which allow us to build community and associate with others in ways which promote social harmony. They give us answers about death, which give us the strength to face our own personal annihilation. And they channel the wholesome and benevolent parts of our natures so we can help others in the right way and at the right time. Stoicism, if it is going to live up to its promises, must provide the same. It might have, if we were students of the original school, listening to lectures under the Stoa and immersed in the culture of ancient Athens. Then we would have contemporary moral exemplars to inspire us, Stoic teachers with decades of experience, and many fellow students, both more and less experienced, to learn from. What we have now is a short stack of original books, our very strange modern world, and an intuition that this philosophy is true. So it is up to us, as inheritors of these ideas, as students of Seneca, Epictetus, or Marcus Aurelius, to figure out how this philosophy works in a deep way, so its full potential to bring peace and tranquility to people's lives can be fulfilled. There is a tendency in our era to approach philosophies of life cafeteria style. We try to adopt the parts we like without the ones which seem unnecessary or unkind, but without a deep understanding of how all the parts work, we usually end up with world views that are superficial or which fail us at the times when we need them most. Some of the parts we dislike turn out to be crucial for the functioning of the philosophy or are needed only in the times of the greatest struggle. We are better served by taking the opposite approach, especially with Stoicism. We need to act as if Stoicism were true in order to find out if it actually is. Once we understand it fully and know how all its parts work, then we can pick and choose. But until then, we ought to try to accept it as a whole. So far, Stoicism has lived up to its promises. While I have not tamed all my fears and desires, I have made significant progress on many of them, much more than I ever thought possible. My day-to-day quality of life is better than it has ever been, and I am now setting and pursuing different goals, better and more sane ones. I have never been so excited or optimistic about the future. While I do not yet possess a sound mind, I believe that I am on the right path to one and will someday, fortune willing. Worship virtue.
Amid this upset condition of morals, something stronger than usual is needed, something which will shake off these chronic ills. In order to root out a deep-seated belief in wrong ideas, conduct must be regulated by doctrines. It is only when we add precepts, consolation and encouragement to these that they can prevail. By themselves, they are ineffective. If we would hold men firmly bound and tear them away from the ills which clutch them fast, they must learn what is evil and what is good. They must know that everything except virtue changes its name and becomes now good and now bad. Just as the soldier's primary bond of union is his oath of allegiance and his love for the flag, and a horror of desertion, and just as, after this stage, other duties can easily be demanded of him, and trusts given to him when once the oath has been administered, so it is with those whom you would bring to the happy life. The first foundations must be laid, and virtue worked into these men. Let them be held by a sort of superstitious worship of virtue. Let them love her. Let them desire to live with her, and refuse to live without her.
The Stoic philosophers made a bold and radical claim that true happiness stems solely from virtue. This perspective challenges the conventional view, arguing that what we typically yearn for and deem as good fortune, such as wealth, fame, power, robust health, and a sterling reputation, hold no real value in terms of true happiness. Similarly, the things we often dread and label as misfortune, poverty, illness, disgrace, exile, or persecution, are not genuinely detrimental. According to Stoicism, the essence of a fulfilling life lies in embracing and living out the virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. This path, they argue, is the authentic route to a life filled with joy. In contrast, most people believe happiness hinges on favorable circumstances, hoping that factors beyond their control, success in business, relationships, health, align in their favor. This reliance on external factors typically leads to a fleeting or absent sense of happiness, as fortune's favor is inherently temporary and unpredictable. Stoicism, however, calls for a different kind of devotion, a deep, heartfelt reverence for virtue. It is not sufficient to merely recognize what is right or to attempt to act accordingly. Seneca emphasizes the need for a devoted love of virtue, a commitment that goes beyond mere understanding. This fervent embrace of virtue transforms its pursuit from something which could be a burdensome obligation into a source of genuine joy. Stoics willingly accept responsibilities that others avoid, finding happiness in the chance to demonstrate their virtue. This dedication to practicing virtue is what enables Stoics to find joy in upholding moral integrity and truth, even when it comes with a high personal price. It is this veneration that allows them to lead lives marked by contentment and fulfillment, irrespective of external circumstances.
If you once convince yourself of this, and if you come to love virtue devotedly, for mere loving is not enough, Anything that has been touched by virtue will be fraught with blessing and prosperity for you, no matter how it shall be regarded by others. Torture, if only, as you lie suffering, you are more calm in mind than your very torturer. Illness, if only you curse not fortune and yield not to the disease. In short, all those things which others regard as ills will become manageable and will end in good, if you succeed in rising above them.
The journey of Stoicism. Stoicism sets some lofty goals for its adherents, but is also practical about the depths from which we set out and the limited progress we are likely to make. It is a long road, and the highest ranks are reserved for those gifted with a natural disposition, or those who started their diligent training in their youths. But the progress which the rest of us can make is more than we can imagine at the start. For the last few years, I have been learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a modern martial art which can be thought of as a combination of judo and wrestling, with the addition of chokes and joint locks. There is no punching or kicking allowed, but other than that it is full speed and full contact. It has been similar to the process of learning Stoicism in a number of ways. First off, it's really hard, especially at the start. You need to unlearn many bad habits and learn to react in a bunch of new and tricky ways. They take a lot of practice, and it is a long process before the parts of the system come into focus together. All the parts need to be practiced and understood on their own, and then merged together into a personal style, the specific way you practice Stoicism or Jiu-Jitsu. First, you spend a long time learning all the techniques. Then you spend a long time focusing on the ones which work best for you and become an expert at them. They both take some trust in the system at the beginning, because you cannot see your destination from where you start. You might not even be able to see the first rest stop. Also with both, it takes considerable time and effort before you even realize how bad you are, and you need to learn how to suck for a long time before you get any good. Both get rewarding and fun in their own way after that, though. At the start of practicing Stoicism, the philosophy may seem like a blurred image, but as time goes on, various aspects will gradually come into focus, revealing its true brilliance. Initially, you will develop an intellectual grasp of Stoicism, understanding the virtues and the dichotomy of control, though applying them in real life may still elude you. Eventually, you will experience moments where you can apply these principles in real situations, even if just a little, which marks the beginning of the next phase of the practice. As you implement these principles and witness their positive effects, you will reach a stage of deeper commitment, where you pledge your allegiance to virtue. From there, it becomes a matter of consistent effort and striving to live each day better than the last. Progress tends to be rapid at the beginning and slows down over time as we resolve the simpler problems and move on to more challenging ones. This journey of continuous improvement is the heart of Stoic practice. 90% of people who start jiu-jitsu give up before they become proficient, and I bet that is a similar dropout rate as Stoicism. But if we could just stick it out and put in a couple years of hard work, we could change our whole lives. Most of us will never get beyond Seneca's 3rd class, but even making it that far is covering most of the distance between heaven and hell.
The 3rd class are beyond the reach of many of the vices, and particularly of the great vices, but not beyond the reach of all. They have escaped avarice, for example, but still feel anger. They no longer are troubled by lust, but are still troubled by ambition. They no longer have desire, but they still have fear. And just because they fear, although they are strong enough to withstand certain things, there are certain things to which they yield. They scorn death, but are in terror of pain. Let us reflect a moment on this topic. It will be well with us if we are admitted to this class. The 2nd stage is gained by great good fortune with regard to our natural gifts, and by great and unceasing application to study. But not even the third type is to be despised. Think of the host of evils which you see about you. Behold how there is no crime that is not exemplified, how far wickedness advances every day, and how prevalent are sins in home and commonwealth. You will see, therefore, that we are making a considerable gain, if we are not numbered among the basest.
Stoic practice. Live each day as a full life.
There is indeed a limit fixed for us just where the remorseless law of fate has fixed it. But none of us knows how near he is to this limit. Therefore, let us so order our minds as if we had come to the very end. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's account every day. The greatest flaw in life is that it is always imperfect, and that a certain part of it is postponed. One who daily puts the finishing touches to his life is never in want of time. And yet, from this want arise fear and a craving for the future which eats away the mind. There is nothing more wretched than worry over the outcome of future events. As to the amount or the nature of that which remains, our troubled minds are set aflutter with unaccountable fear. Therefore, my dear Lucilius, begin at once to live, and count each separate day as a separate life. He who has thus prepared himself, he whose daily life has been a rounded whole, is easy in his mind. But those who live for hope alone find that the immediate future always slips from their grasp, and that greed steals along in its place, and the fear of death, a curse which lays a curse upon everything else.
Everyone will have a last day. You could be living yours right now. If this was it, how would you want to spend it? Seeking fleeting pleasures and avoiding discomfort, distracted by meaningless things, and wishing for some future happiness while being discontent with the present? Or finally, just for a day or half a day, living the way you know you should, being present in each moment and maintaining a sound mind, treating those around you and yourself with deep wisdom and care, seeing things clearly and possessing peace of mind in this moment amidst the storm, finally becoming free. That is how I want to live my last day, and remembering that this could be it helps me live every day like that. It motivates me to follow the virtues and put all the Stoic practices to work. It compels me to make philosophy my top priority and fight the good fight against vice every day. A life of peace and freedom is built one day at a time, like bricks building up a wall. At first, we will struggle to live a single hour wisely, but eventually we will be able to string them together into a day and stack those days into weeks and months lived well. But what does one of these days look like? Prepare yourself in the morning and start doing philosophy immediately before other topics can lead you astray. Think through the challenging situations and people you are likely to encounter and how you want to react to them. Remind yourself that you are trying to practice Stoicism, the dichotomy of control, and that we are all born for each other. Check in with the Stoic guardians on your shoulder. Throughout the day, focus on living out the virtues and attempting to live every moment well. Monitor your internal narrative and make sure it is reasonable and that you are not doing harm to yourself over things outside of your control. Build reminders into your day to refocus your practice. At the end of the day, journal and reflect on your successes and failures and learn from them so you can do better tomorrow. Keep going strong all the way through bedtime. And if you wake up tomorrow, be grateful for the gift and do it all again. So how do we actually do this? Your process will vary, but this is what mine looks like. Wake up early. Immediately meditate and listen to a little Stoicism, exercise, write or be creative. Remember this in the morning and as often as I can throughout the day. Not even the next hour is guaranteed. Be grateful to be alive. Live this day like a full life. People are family. We all share a higher nature. We are also all mad. I am the physician in the plague and in the asylum, even though I am clearly afflicted and mad myself. Remember you are being watched. Live up to your Stoic guardian standards. Act as if you will need to justify how you spent the day to them. As I go about my day, think about virtue and how I can practice it. How can I act with wisdom, justice, courage and temperance right now? Being mindful in the moment. Keep constant watch on my thoughts and dispute any irrational or harmful ones as soon as they enter my mind. The dichotomy of control. Only set internal goals. Be indifferent to things outside of my control. I almost always have less control than I think I do. The benefits I've received and the gratitude I owe. How I can bestow benefits on other worthy people. How I can play the ball game. Other wholesome thoughts. 4. Negative thoughts about the past or present. Remember that nothing can be changed except for things in the future. Make sure all my energy is going towards that. Anger or frustration. Ask myself, have I been harmed? Desires. Remember what is truly good, a mind that desires what it already has. Fears. Remember what is truly evil, a mind that gives in to its fears. Worries. Separate what is in your control and act on it. Practice indifference to the rest. Build reminders into your daily routine so you never forget your practice. In the evenings, exercise. Write or be creative or productive. Cook simple, healthy meals. Journal. What went well today and what did not? How could I have acted better?
What bad habit of yours have you cured today? What vice have you checked? In what respect are you better?
List the benefits I have received and why I'm grateful for them. Think of ways I can return them in the future. What was the best idea I encountered today? What is my Seneca's someone part for himself?
Each day acquire something that will fortify you against poverty, against death, indeed against other misfortunes as well. And after you have run over many thoughts, select one to be thoroughly digested that day. This is my own custom. From the many things which I have read, I claim some one part for myself.
Only time will reveal whether Stoicism fulfills its promises. The answer may only be revealed when we face death and see if we can engage with it as equals. However, I can confirm that the moments spent practicing Stoicism, those moments when I remember my goal and focus my attention on wisdom, justice, courage and temperance, are time well spent. These moments are often my best, and even when challenging, they never overwhelm me. In fact, I believe there is truth in Seneca's words.
The present alone can make no man wretched.
It is difficult to practice the idea that living in the moment is the best approach to life, even when you intellectually understand that it is. We have some natural part of us that wants to live in the past or the future, but to truly prioritize the present moment is the ultimate expression of the dichotomy of control. It is challenging to comprehend this truth, but the moment we truly see it in a way that cannot be unseen, we probably become wise in the Stoic sage sense of the word. I think this is probably a real epiphany that people can experience. It represents true excellence in the application of our reasoning, and the result ought to be the most fulfilled state a human can experience. That last part is a hypothesis, but the ability to experience this state of mind seems true. The only way to find out is to keep practicing and trying to live every hour well.
Free Stoicism classes every week at meetup.com/Stoicism. Link in description.